Hey guys, and welcome back to Z3 Cubing. Today, I'm going to attempt to turn this Rubik's Cube 500,000 times. Alright, so just a few days ago, this channel hit 500,000 subscribers, which is just absolutely insane. All you guys are amazing. And so I figured I wanted to do some sort of crazy challenge to commemorate that number. And so I figured what better thing to do than to try and do something 500,000 times, one for each and every one of you. And so the obvious choice is to turn a Rubik's Cube. I figure it's pretty quick and easy to turn a Rubik's Cube, so why not do it once for all of you? And so let's go ahead and get a counter up on the screen, just like that, and I guess we can begin. So I already turned it one time, so let me just count that. There we go, 2, there we go, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, this is going to take a while. Let's speed up a little bit. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, I think there's a faster way of doing this. How about we start doing sexy moves? So let's R, U, R prime, U prime. If we do that 6 times, that brings us back to a solid position. So that's 24 moves. So we can just add that on just like this. One sec. There we go. Let's do that again. So there's 24 moves. 24 moves. Okay, so we're making real progress now. We'll be at 500,000 in no time. There we go. Okay, my wrist is already starting to get tired, so actually if you do inverse sexy move, it's a little bit less strain on your wrist. So you can do U, R, U prime, R prime. If we do that 6 times, that's a little bit faster, a little bit easier. So there we go, 24, 24, 24, 24, yeah. Okay, I can do this for a while. Let's get to 500 and see how long that takes. So how you guys doing? Is the live stream looking okay? At 400 already. Okay. Almost at 500. So by the time we get to 500, we only have to do that 1,000 more times. Okay. This is really going to take a while. Okay, you know what? I came up with a contingency plan. I actually built a little bit of a robot because I figured I can't turn it very fast by hand. Hopefully a robot can do it a little bit faster. So let's actually take a different Rubik's Cube. Again, fully functional, normal Rubik's Cube right here. I'm going to plug this into the robot. So I'm just going to pop off the center cap. I used some Legos to make this little adapter piece. I'll go in right there. This is actually the cube that I made for the world's fastest Rubik's Cube, so there's very little friction. Should be very good for being turned by a robot. No one said that I was going to do the actual turns. I mean, why not get the robot to do it for me? So let's plug that in just like that. And then lower this onto here. And then hopefully the motor can spin it way faster than we can. So just give me a minute. I get this into place. Don't want it flying apart. Literally holding it together by Legos, but you know, it should be fine. Just bringing out my inner Lego Boy Z3. So there we go. Flip that up. Make sure that it turns freely. Okay, so Lego assisted Rubik's Cube turning should work nice and well. Okay, now I'm actually going to move this away. This motor is actually very loud, so I don't want it sitting right next to me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear me at all. So I'm actually going to have a webcam into my closet, which is right over there. So I'll just bring that up right here. And I'm going to go move this robot into my closet. So I will be right back in about 2 minutes. Okay, hopefully you can still hear me. I'm over in my closet now, and I'm setting this robot down. The audio probably isn't the greatest. I just need to plug it in. Okay, the robot is set up and ready to go. Hopefully you can see that. I'm closing my closet so that it won't be very loud. Okay, I'm moving back over to my main desk here. Let me change the webcam back to the normal one. Okay, let me fix that real quick. I don't know why it's not showing up, but I can make it show up. Okay, there we go. You guys should all be able to see that in the corner there. Live camera to my closet, apparently. Now, what I'm going to do is start it running. So I can go ahead and make that motor start spinning. Upload. And yay, it's spinning. Okay, so right now it's going at 1 full revolution per second, which is 4 Rubik's Cube turns. So 1 revolution is 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think we can make it go a little bit faster. So let's change that up a little bit. Let's do 2 revolutions per second, so 8 Rubik's Cube turns per second. So let's upload that to the motor, and there we go, it's spinning faster. Okay, I think we can go even faster than that though. Let's do 16 turns per second. And yeah, okay, spinning super fast. You think we can go at 32 turns per second? I think we can go 32 turns per second. Let's try it. Okay, stop it right there. I now have a little bit of a ramp up phase because you gotta make sure the motor is running before you get that fast. And wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, live debugging. Let me fix that code real quick. Okay, I think I fixed it. And spinning up. 32 turns per second. Okay, it's basically just a blur, but it is in fact turning a Rubik's Cube 32 times per second. And as you can see in the corner right there, the counter is now also counting the robot turns. So yeah, we're spinning super fast. The robot is already about to catch up to me, which is kind of concerning. So I guess we better start getting turning pretty quickly too. So let's do it. There we go, there's another 24 for me. The robot is already past me. Another 24. Another 24. 24. 24. Okay, the robot is already over 1,000, which is quite concerning. I'm gonna have to turn really fast if I want to keep up with it. But yeah, it should be able to complete that 500,000 turns in a reasonable amount of time. So each and every one of you out there who are subscribed to me is going to get 1 Rubik's Cube turn in this live stream. Even if it takes me 3 hours, you're all gonna get your own turn. So yeah, here we go. I guess we better sit down, relax, and start doing our turns. So we'll get to 1,000 pretty soon. After that, I just realized that I totally forgot to change the name of this live stream. I had a whole bunch of stuff prepared. So let me do that after we get to 1,000. And there we go. The robot will keep on spinning away. Let me grab my keyboard real quick. And let's do some live stream maintenance. So, stream settings. That's not it. Where do I change the name of the stream? Edit. Okay. What should we call it? Okay. Turning a Rubik's Cube 500,000 times. Live. Okay, that'll work. Actually, here, I'll change that real quick. It's a little bit of unplanned title changing. Can I also add a thumbnail? Because I did prepare a thumbnail. I can add a thumbnail. Okay. Thumb.png. Perfect. Okay, now people, you can confirm for me in a few minutes whether that shows up correctly. Yeah. The robot is already at almost 5,000, so, I mean, we should get to 500,000 in no time. Let me get this back down here. And I guess we can resume. I don't have a whole lot prepared for today. I mean, the main plan is just ridiculous challenge live. But if you guys want to ask me questions and stuff, I will sort of start to watch the chat. Oh, one sec. Get my counter updated. There we go. And yeah, I guess I'll just talk about whatever. There we go. There we go. There we go. There are possibly more efficient ways to do 24 turns at a time on a Rubik's Cube. One of the other ones is, I think, R, U prime, R prime, F, like this. So because you're using fingers on both hands to do flicks, It is theoretically a little bit faster, but because I'm just so used to doing sexy move and inverse sexy move, I think it's actually a little bit slower when I do this one. But if you get really good at it, you can actually go a lot faster than I'm going now. It's really nice to do. But I'm just going to stick with U, R, U prime, R prime for now. I think that's good for me. Yeah, 6 times in a row, 24 moves, no problem. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm going to start looking at the chat now. Someone is asking my opinion of the Tornado V3. I haven't actually tried the Tornado V3, but the cube that I'm using right now is the Tornado V2, which honestly is one of my favorite cubes. I haven't really talked about it in any video, but I was at a competition yesterday. I actually used this in both my 3x3 rounds, and oops, I double counted there. Let me fix that. Okay. Yeah, I set a PR average using this 3x3, so I really like the V2. I don't really have much to say about the V3 because I haven't tried it, but it's probably pretty good if the V2 is this good. Yeah, what's your main 3x3 again? In competition, I was using the Tornado V2. I have, of course, been using the GAN 13 a bunch because I just unboxed it and it's a really good cube too. A little bit more, I would say, effortless, light, airy. Trying to focus on keeping count while doing this, which is a little bit tricky. But yeah, I just found in competition something about just the way it turns, like, it's just almost a little bit too light and airy, like kind of feels like it's turning a little bit more than I want it to. This one just feels so utterly smooth and stable. It's not quite as fast, which is good for me, I guess. And yeah, I just feel a lot more controlled using it. So we're at 2,000, the robot is at 10,000. I think we better speed up a little bit, otherwise it is going to beat us like crazy. If you're just joining us live, what we're doing right now is I'm trying to turn a Rubik's Cube 500,000 times for 500,000 subscribers. And so far it's going pretty well. We have a robot in the closet, which as you can see is spinning away a lot faster than I am, probably 5 times faster than me. And I'm just sitting here turning this cube. It's going good. Okay, let's see what other people are saying. It's really hard to keep track of doing like 3 things at the same time, but oh well. If you have any interesting questions, leave those in the chat. I will be answering those. Here, let's talk about the competition I was at yesterday. It was called Loveland Fall 2022 in Loveland, Colorado. First competition I've been to in like probably 3-4 months at this point. I've just been missing a bunch because I've been out of town and missing the signups. Colorado competitions are crazy busy recently. It's really hard to get a spot. You have to sign up in like the first 10 minutes. So yeah, I've been rejected off the wait list more times than I can count recently. But yeah, I finally got into one. Yeah, it was a really good day. They had all of the normal events really. And one of the first events of the day was Scube. My sort of strategy going in was just don't do any Scube solves until the start of the round, which sometimes works out well for me. One sec. My counter is breaking. Okay, there we go. Hopefully I didn't double count anything. Oh, darn it. I accidentally scrambled the cube. Okay, we can count that as another 24 moves. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so my strategy going into Scube was just don't do any Scube solves. I was actually scrambling the previous 2 heats, and so I did have to solve a Scube a couple times during there because I mis-scrambled a few. But yeah, basically my first Scube solve for months going into that. What am I doing? Okay. And literally my first solve of the average, I scrambled it again. There we go. My first solve of the average, I got a 3.00. It was a really easy solve. I actually uploaded it on my second channel, Z2 Cubing. Yeah, it was basically just 4 moves to get the corner in on the to get the first layer, and then just a U-perm. So that's super fast. That was an overall PR. My first Scube solve of the competition. Basically my first Scube solve in months. Haven't been practicing a whole lot recently. And yeah, and then 4x4, I also did really well. That's one of the events that I do practice occasionally because I find it kind of fun. And yeah, I got a 53, I think, second average, which is a PR. Yeah, really happy with that. Just super solid average, and I had lots of really good times. Nothing really wrong with it. And then in 3x3 at the end of the day, round 2, I was doing just really well. Got a bunch of good solves using the tornado. 12 seconds, it was like 13, 12, 12. And then I got a 15, and then it was a lot of pressure on that last solve, and unfortunately I did not do very well under that pressure. And what am I doing? Okay, I scrambled it again. Didn't do very well under the pressure and got another 15-second solve, so it was like my counting solves were like 12, 12, 15, which obviously is not ideal, but so it was a PR average, like 13 something, but it could have been a lot faster. It could have easily been a 12-second average. Are you using a foot pedal? I wouldn't quite call it a foot pedal. It's more of a keyboard that I'm pressing with my foot, and it is harder than I thought it would be to actually aim for the spacebar. That's why I'm looking down there every once in a while. But yes, every time I do 6 sexy moves, or inverse sexy moves, that's 24 moves, so I'm, adding to my own counter, just like that. Honestly, the robot is already beating me by more than I expected it to beat me by. We'll see what it turns out to be. Yeah, it's doing 32 turns per second. So every minute that's, what is that? Oh, what am I doing? 32 times 60 is like a lot of turns per second, like 1800 or something. 2000, almost 2000, right. It's 480 RPM, but each rotation, as I mentioned earlier, each revolution is actually 4 Rubik's Cube turns. So it is racking up the moves. Let's check out what people are saying. Oh, I think there was a super chat earlier that I missed, but someone just posted one for $2. Your videos are great and got me into speed cubing. That is awesome. Hear a lot of stuff like that when I'm at competitions, and yeah, it's cool to get other people into cubing on YouTube, because that's how I started, watching YouTube videos from the likes of Me, Myself, and Pi, and it's cool to inspire people into such a great hobby. Trying to look for interesting comments while also turning this cube and keeping track of it. Yeah, 1920 turns per minute. So I think at that rate it'll finish in something like 3 hours. Hopefully we can contribute at least a little bit to that total, but the robot is definitely beating us right now. Someone's asking if I can make a force barrel. The thing about force cubes that people don't really think about a lot is it requires a very specific type of stickerless cubes in order for it to be possible. So like, for example, on a cube, because each side of the cube is identical, you can just rearrange the pieces into a force cube very easily. Whereas on something like a square one, because the pieces, not every side of the cube is the same, it's kind of all asymmetrical, it doesn't work that way, and you just straight up can't make force cubes. And so the same thing would be true of a barrel, even if you did have a stickerless mass-produced version of it, because you think about it, the circular sides would be like white and yellow, all the other sides would be different colors. You'd have to have multiple different versions of that barrel available, where the top sides are all different colors. Any other interesting questions in the chat? Let me know. How do you think the robot's cube will fare after 450,000 turns? That's a good question. At the end of the stream, we'll definitely check it out and see if there's anything that's messed up about the cube. Honestly, that cube has been through a lot already. I think it's a Shangshao Mr. M or something like that. It's the one, if you look up my second video, I think it's called Making an Even Faster Turning Rubik's Cube, where basically I take out all the springs, I rearrange the magnets so that basically there's no magnets in this layer, so that basically there's basically no friction as you're doing turns on a specific layer. And yeah, so that cube's already been through a lot. I think it'll fare just fine. But yeah, we will definitely check at the end. Someone just sent another $2 asking, do you like mac and cheese? Yeah, I guess so. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of foods, but I mean, just plain old mac and cheese, sure. I'm still not getting into the hang of doing these turns really quick and counting it at the same time. You kind of have to notice every time the cube becomes solved again, and then add to the counter. Add 24. So far, the robot has not started flying apart yet, which is a little bit surprising. That was my main concern. If it's lasted 20 minutes, I mean, hopefully it'll last the whole time. And it's already racking up 26,000. I mean, I had 26,000 subscribers only like 5 years ago, so that's pretty good for only 20 minutes. Can you solve a 6x6 or a 7x7 blindfolded after this challenge? The real question is, can I solve a 5x5 blindfolded? And the answer is no, I don't think I can. I have solved a 4x4 blindfolded. See, every once in a while I just mess it up. So some of you guys out there will get not sexy move turns, but very much accidental solving turns. The idea is, if you joined recently, doing one turn on a Rubik's Cube for every one of my subscribers, so all 500,000. And I have a robot in the closet up there who's helping out. By helping out, I mean doing the majority of it. So yeah, I definitely cannot do 5 blind. I could if I really put in a lot of effort, but right now 4 blind is kind of my limit. I am actually signed up for a competition pretty soon that has 4 and 5 blind. Obviously, I'm only signed up for 4 blind. I've had a lot of near misses at competitions. Last competition with 4 blind, I had 2 solves where I was just off by 3 corners, which is like the easiest part. Solving the corners is like the easiest part of 4x4 blindfolded. So I can't believe I messed that up twice in a row in exactly the same way, while getting all the edges and centers all correct. So yeah, hopefully in a couple weekends I'll finally get that success. I'll probably make a main channel video about it if I do get a 4 blind success. If not, well, maybe someday. Someday I'll learn 5 blind too, maybe. Yeah, again, someone just said force square 1. I literally just mentioned why that is not possible. I just started doing an A-perm for some reason. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. What's your main 2x2 and 3x3? I talked about this earlier. I'm using the Tornado V2 right now, and for 2x2 I'm using the GAN 2x2, whatever the nicest one is. Can you solve a Mega Minx blindfolded? No. That sounds really hard. I'm sure some people out there can do it, but you'd have to have some crazy memorization scheme, some crazy algorithms and setup moves, and I don't know how you would even approach solving a Mega Minx blindfolded. That would be insane. You'd think that you'd get the hang of doing just inverse sexy moves and hitting a spacebar every time you finish 6 of them, but it really does not become any easier. Oh, someone paid $2 and said switch cubes. I mean, I do have literally another cube right here, so for $2, I mean, sure, I'll use a GAN 13 for a while. That sounds good to me. I'm kind of worried about what doing this many turns on a cube will do to the cube. But frankly, I think the robot cube up there has more to worry about than my GAN 13, because I'm not going to be doing very many turns on this. Maybe every once in a while I should like rotate the cube so I'm turning different layers of it, so I'm sort of wearing it out evenly. Maybe that'd be a good idea. The robot count for turns? Of course the robot counts for turns. I never said that I am physically turning the cube. I built a robot that turns the cube, so yeah. You can turn it way faster than me, so why not? Looking for other questions in the chat. It'll break, but only on 1/2. Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be like, the cube turns perfectly, except if you try and turn that white layer, then it's just going to explode. I did make sure and put a little bit of extra Rubical black in the core of that robot cube. I had already lubed it with Rubical black to make it fast, and I was like, well, I think that screw is going to rub down on that plastic quite a bit, so might as well add a bit of lube to it. Do you play any games? Which one is your favorite? As in video games, I honestly don't have time nowadays to play many video games. I used to. Used to play a lot of Minecraft and Terraria. Were always my two favorites. I know I've mentioned that before. Yeah, since you main the Tornado, are you going to get the new one? Yeah, I'm using the V2 right now. I'll probably get the V3 at some point. I know there's like a bunch of different versions of it. I tried looking it up, and it's like there's the maglev version and the super adjustable version and the basic version, and so yeah, I'd have to sort of figure that out. I probably wouldn't make a video on it, but yeah, I might try it out just because I like the V2. What's your opinion on 1x1s? They are 1x1. Oh my gosh, there's a fly here. Hi, fly. I actually noticed this guy earlier, so I came prepared. You better get out of the camera frame or else. Okay, enough of that. What's your favorite cube? If we're talking like non-WCA puzzles and everything like that, I really like the 13x13, my biggest N×N cube. The Shangsha Gigaminx has always been one of my favorites, now that I have the Yushin Gigaminx, which I actually did a very special mod on the Yushin Gigaminx. You haven't seen that yet, but that video will be released sometime in the next month, probably. That's probably up there. It's a pretty cool cube. I don't know, I can do like a top 5. I like the really big 3x3, that's fun to mess around with. In terms of like mods that I've made, like 7x7 barrel ranks up pretty highly. And in terms of like speed cubes, right now I really like practicing on the N13 maglev. I don't know, I have lots of favorites, I guess. Do a GA perm 100 times. Oh gosh, you'd have to tell me how many moves that is so I could add it to the total. Yeah, I'm open to doing other algorithms. I just, right off my head, I don't really know how many moves to add to the total. So like if I do a J perm here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, which doesn't work very well. So if I do a J perm, that's about 24 moves, plus or minus. Anyway, if you can find a good sequence of algorithms that's exactly 24 or 48 moves, let me know. Opinions on the game 13. Watch my last video. It's pretty good. Do you like the GAN 13 or 12 better? Definitely the 13. Again, watch that video. My GAN 12 had a bunch of like catching problems, which I think was just a problem with the early units. But yeah, that's totally gone on the GAN 13. Plus the core magnets aren't quite as strong, which I think is a good thing. It feels a lot more effortless. They have those crazy edge repelling magnets that you'll see if you watch my video. And yeah, I think overall they just improved it in a lot of little ways. And it just feels overall nicer. Would you rather get the 3x3 record or get to 100 million subscribers? I think a better question would be 1 million subscribers. But which one of those two things do you think would be more profitable? I want to say 100 million. Rubik's Cube record is cool, but like a small subset of people really care. Not 100 million people care. Is the GAN 13 better than the Tornado V3? I mean, maybe. It depends on your turning style. If you really like GAN cubes, then yeah, possibly. Yeah, Tornado V3 is definitely a lot cheaper, so I would count that as a point in its favor. And I mean, I used the Tornado V2 in competition the other day, so I'm sure the Tornado V3 is plenty good for the money. Move that out of the way. 6 sledges. Yep, that is the theme of the day. I think I double counted there, so let me fix that. I'm probably undercounting, honestly, because every once in a while I look away and don't realize that I finished solving the cube again. But you know what? It'll be approximately correct. We're at 9,000, exactly 9,000. Robot's at 44,000, so it's outpacing me almost 5 times, which is kind of insane. If I could get to 100,000 by the end of the day, I think that might be the goal. But we'll have to wait and see. Actually, I think doing this on the GAN 13 might be better because it's just a little bit of a faster, easier cube to turn than the Tornado. I was a little bit hesitant at first because, yeah, again, I don't want to wear out this cube, but I can do it really fast. Maybe it's better if I just do 6 in a row and then pause and then keep doing 6 in a row. Maybe I can do it faster that way. I don't know. If you have questions, leave them in the chat. I'm kind of skimming through, trying to pay attention. How are you counting your turns? That's a good question. I mean, with the counter on screen right there. I keep pointing the wrong direction. I wrote a little program that every time I hit a button, it adds to the counter. And the tricky part is actually hitting that button, but presumably it should keep track pretty well. It also, of course, automatically adds 32 turns per second for the robot, which also the robot has not exploded yet. So yeah, let me know if it does, because then I'd have to go and fix it. But hopefully it keeps working fine throughout this whole stream. Do you think Ru is good? It's good for one-handed, it seems like. I mean, wasn't the one-handed world record set with Ru at one point? Or is it set with Ru? I don't think it is anymore, but I think at one point, Kian or whoever the Ru person is, has gotten really good times with one-handed. You can use just amazing table abuse. For 2x3, I mean, we haven't seen anyone really be in contention for world records with Ru forever. So I think CPOP is clearly the winner there. What cube are you using right now? This is the GAN 13 maglev, as I've mentioned. Someone told me to switch cubes. I was on the Tornado originally, but yeah, there we go. I can do 500 moves for you, lol. Yeah, that's sort of one of my backup plans. If everything goes terribly wrong, maybe I could get other people to start doing moves for me. I thought about bringing people in here, but frankly, I don't know enough people personally who can turn Rubik's Cubes this fast and who would agree to that. So I built a robot instead. Build a robot when you have no friends. The robot almost actually didn't work. I had a bit of a freak out about 30 minutes before the stream started. I plugged everything in a little bit in a different way than I had it before, and it just wasn't turning. The motor just was not doing anything, and I was just freaking out, like looking at my code, trying to see if I had something messed up. And eventually I just sort of started checking the connection on everything, and yeah, I just plugged in like a power adapter a little bit more than it was. The light was on, but the connection was a little bit loose, and when I did that, it started working. So it's like, okay, I was freaking out for a little bit before the stream started, thinking I might have to improvise. My other original plan, or things go terribly wrong, was to do 1 degree of a Rubik's Cube turn, so like every turn is 90 degrees. But I think that's obviously not quite as exciting as doing an entire turn per subscriber. It's obviously the better way to do it. And plus I calculated that if I only did 1 degree per subscriber, this stream would be over in like 15 minutes. So that's obviously pretty boring. So yeah, every one of you out there who subscribed before like Thursday when I hit it is going to get 1 turn on one of these 3 Rubik's Cubes. The one in the corner up there, this one, or this one. That's the idea. Oh, and I didn't realize it, but we passed 10,000 turns earlier, so that's pretty amazing. Robot's already at 50,000 turns, so it's clearly outpacing us 5-1. But I think by the end of the day, if I can get 100,000 turns, I'd be pretty happy with that. I'll let the robot do the other 400,000 or so. Is that the fastest the robot can spin the cube, or can it go faster? It's basically the fastest it can go. It can go like minimally faster, but I figured a clean 8 revolutions per second, or 32 turns per second, is a nice round number, so I set it at that. 480 RPM, I believe. Yeah, if you try and set it more than like 500, I think the motor controller that's connected to it just can't physically supply pulses to it that fast. It's basically a stepper motor like you'd find in a 3D printer. I think if you get a better motor controller, it can spin faster or something like that. I don't know. It does get pretty hot, which is mildly concerning. Hopefully my closet does not catch on fire because there are a lot of clothes in there. What is going on? Look at the title. I'm attempting to solve, or turn, a Rubik's Cube 500,000 times. 500,000. Every once in a while I mess up, lose concentration, but it's going good. Any other good questions? Someone is asking, is your collection done? I don't know what that means, but I mean, I bought a new cube like last month, so I guess no, it is not done. It is continuing to expand. I know someone's going to ask, are you doing a collection video this year? Because it's starting to become about that time of year. The answer is no. I just physically cannot take that much effort every year to do a whole collection video. It's literally like, I don't know, 6 hours of setup just to rearrange my room to get it so that I can do a collection video. And then after that, it's like 20 hours of recording. So like literally I wake up in the morning, record my collection, go to bed, wake up the next morning, record my collection, go to bed. I think it's like 2 or 2.5 days straight of just talking. That's how long one of those big collection videos takes. So I'm not going to do it every year at this point. I did a big one in 2020 and 2022, and I did a littler one in 2019. So I'm just going to hold off 2020, I guess 2023. And, you know, maybe we'll do one in 2024, but that's tentative. Someone is saying that 2 super flips would be 24 moves. Are you sure? So, STM. I'm not sure what STM is off the top of my head. I would use quarter turn, or like outer, whatever the WCA metric is. So this would be 2 moves actually, because slice moves count as 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I would actually count that as 12. Which means that that is 24. And that's another 12. And so if I undo it, that's now 24. And then that's also 24. Okay. So yeah, that's if you do and undo a super flip, I would say that's 3 times 24 moves. But I don't really want to do M moves. That kind of seems like cheating, doing 2 moves at once. Although, you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16, 24. I guess that would be faster, but that seems like cheating. A few of you guys out there will get some M moves though, so lucky you. I mean, the majority of the subscribers, if you want to find your single turn, it's just going to be done by a robot. It's just going to be a U, or rather a DW prime or something. Next year, 1 million solves for 1 million subs. Hey, you know what? It took me 9 years to hit 500,000. I don't know. No promises about 1 million. Maybe someday. Maybe. People are spamming stuff, and YouTube is blocking it. One person is spamming that I should make a Force Yan 13 maglev. As I usually say with those crazy Force Cube ideas, if you want to be the one supplying the, you know, $500 to buy 6 of these cubes, I mean, I'm all for it. Like, I have donations open right now on my stream. Like, so if you want to do it, I shouldn't actually say that because someone's gonna do it. But I think realistically YouTube takes like 30%. So if you're gonna donate $500, let me know. Send me an email. Don't do it through YouTube. But yeah, if you want to pay for it, then I'll do it. Okay, someone's giving me an algorithm, which is also being marked as spam. I don't really care to do it, though. It takes a lot of concentration to keep track of the turns and do the turns and keep track of chat all at the same time. Are we at 501,000 subscribers already? That's pretty cool. The fly is back. Should I stop at 501,000 or just 500,000? We'll see. I think I want to keep it at 500,000. If you came in late, if you came over 500,000, you don't get a turn. Any other good questions in the chat? What's your favorite color? The one that's facing towards you. I sometimes put it there for a reason. Green. How long do you think it'll take to reach the goal? I'll let you guys do that math based on how many moves we've gotten so far and how fast it's going. You guys can do the math for me because I have sort of an estimate in my head, but I don't want to say something if it's not going to be true. Okay, I've been doing moves in this orientation for a long time, so I'm going to switch over to a different orientation so that we don't wear out the cube unevenly. The fly has landed on my foot and it is crawling around. I think it deserves to die. Why am I doing an arm firm? This is not the plan. Force smart cubes. Interesting. Okay, every time I look at the chat, I mess up. I'm doing a U-perm. Oh yeah, so in my Game 13 Maglev video, in my video I said that there's no adjustment tool. Apparently there is an adjustment tool in the box. I saw someone comment that on my video. I still haven't found the adjustment tool, so maybe there wasn't one in my box, or maybe it's just really small and I didn't notice it. There's definitely not the same kind of adjustment tool as on the Game 12 though, so yeah. Plus you can just use a screwdriver, so it doesn't really matter. Am I marked as spam? No, person who is asking, you are not currently marked as spam. Someone says 3 hours and 28 minutes. That's about what I was thinking, actually. So there's your answer. Hopefully not 328, or 3 hours, 28 additional minutes. Hopefully that's total. So we've already been going for 40. Okay, I can't tell if the fly is actually on my foot or if I just feel like it's on my foot because it was on my foot at some point. The tool is inside of the case. So like the normal box where you'd normally get the adjustment tools. I'll have to double check. I feel bad for the robot cube. Yeah, you know, it's been through a lot. It's already pretty sad. I am actually amazed that that thing is holding together as well as it has been. When I first did the sort of Lego scaffolding thing to hold that top layer, I thought it was immediately going to fly apart. But it's held together, so, you know, why not? The box where the cube is in. Oh, okay, so like the plastic thing. Okay, I probably wouldn't have noticed that, but I can double check at some point. What is powering the robot? So it's a stepper motor, which is driven by a stepper motor controller, which is attached to an Arduino, which is also powered by an external power supply, which is also connected to my computer through USB, so I can actually control it, which I did at the beginning of the live stream. Change the speed of it live. Name the fly in your room. Do you guys have any name suggestions for Mr. Fly? He might die later, but if you have any suggestions, let me know. I tried very hard to get him out before the start of the stream, but he was not cooperating, as flies normally do not cooperate. Have you seen the Super RS3M? No, I think I've heard of it, but I honestly have no idea what it is. I think it's presumably just a new version of the RS3M. You got the name suggestions. Bob, Jeffrey, G-Perm. I like that name. I feel about the same way towards that fly as I do about G-Perms. So, his name is G-Perm. What did I do? So I can already tell my thumb is getting a little bit tired from holding the cube. But it's not that bad. I mean, I think I can do this, do what I've done so far, like 5 or 6 more times. Do you like Clock? Clock's alright. I think it's a fun event. It's definitely very unique compared to the other ones. I competed in Clock yesterday, actually. I think my official PR average is like mid-10s, so I got like high 10 or low 11 average. Pretty much when I practice Clock, it's like 11 seconds, 11 seconds, 11 seconds, like every single solve is an 11. I do need to get faster at it. I think my pin order is inefficient. There's a few things about it that I could change. Like for some reason I start with one of the with one of the bottom clocks. It would obviously make more sense to start with one of the top clocks. That's just a bad habit I picked up from when I first started. So, guess I need to improve, practice some Clock someday. Clock's alright. These words no one has ever thought. I think it's alright. A lot of people in Colorado seem to like it. I mean, it's pretty competitive. Like, I feel like a few years ago, 10 seconds would not have landed you in the finals of any real competition. I mean, they have 2 rounds of Clock. I hope I'm not double counting too often or missing turns too often. It's very hard to keep track. I feel like I'm definitely missing them more often than double counting, though. The fly should be named Z4 cubing. Z4 is just nothing, though. I like G-Perm. What cube is the robot turning? I believe it's a Shengshao Mr. M. The same cube as in my making the fastest turning cube video. Would you rather go forward in time 30 years and buy the newest cube than come back, or go back in time 20 years and compete with the Game 13? That's an interesting question. Honestly, I doubt cubes in 30 years will be that much better than they are today. Maybe that's not true, but I feel like compared to a Rubik's brand, you're not going to get that much more improvement than a Game 13. So going back in time 30 years and competing with the Game 13 would, I think, obviously be the better choice. Someone says switch to a 5x5. No, they are all 3x3 turns. Turning a standard Rubik's Cube once for every one of my subscribers. Someone has been asking thoughts or opinions on winter variation, which I believe is some sort of like last slot OLL sort of thing. No real opinions other than it seems kind of cool, but I'm not sure if anyone actually uses it that seriously. I mean, I'm sure there's some cases that people use all the time, but it's probably the kind of thing that if you recognize an easy case, you do it, but otherwise you don't force yourself to do it every time. Your favorite WCA event? That's a good question. I kind of like 3x3. I did like Cube before, but I'd be more inclined to say 3x3 nowadays. I think I actually like 4x4 quite a bit, more than it's not my favorite, but I think I like it more than I used to. The top 5 might include 4x4 and 3x3. I guess Cube. Beyond that, I don't know. I have to think about it more. I'm going to switch orientations again. Pretty sure 20 years ago the Can 13 would have been banned in competitions. That is true. I'm not sure if stickerless cubes even existed in 2002, but if you brought one back to that year, then yeah, whatever existed of the WCA back then probably would not let you use it. But you could probably spray paint it black and put some stickers on it and convince people to let you use it, so I don't think that would be that hard to get over. Oh, we have surpassed 100,000 turns, by the way, so we're 1/5 of the way there after 50 minutes, which is mildly concerning how long that took, but it'll be alright. How to plan to learn full OLL? I think when I learned full OLL, I kind of just, I knew a lot of the basic ones already, so I guess the first thing is kind of recognize the ones that you know already, or the ones that are easy to learn. Things like F6, F prime, and things like that. Yeah, recognize all the ones that you already sort of know and just learn the easy ones. And then, yeah, most of the OLLs just really aren't that hard. A lot of them are like only 6 or 8 moves. So just learn the easy ones, and then once you learn enough of the easy ones, go on to the harder ones. I think I learned them all in like less than a week, because I already knew a lot of stuff going into that. Any other good questions in the chat? Should I get the Weilong WRM Maglev 2021? Yes. It is a very good cube. I would say like top 3. That like of the 3 top brands, that's probably one of the best ones from MoU. So I would definitely go for that. That's definitely one of my favorites. I'm not using it right now because the one that I have is not set up very well, and so I kind of prefer Gan 13 or Tornado V2 right now. Let's do a few turns on this one for a while. Already answered that, Use a smart cube like the GAN ones that counts how many turns you do. That is actually a genius idea. I feel like I might have thought of that at some point. Yeah, that would have been actually very, very, very smart. Instead, I'm hitting a spacebar with my toe. Kind of too late for that. When will you learn one look last layer? Has anyone learned one look last layer? If they did, that's kind of seems stupid. I doubt that's any faster than OLL PLL. I mean, obviously it's faster, but eh. Any other good questions in the chat that I haven't already answered? If you could remove one WCA event, which would it be? Oh, it's so hard. Can I remove 2x2? That would be a controversial one. That would be quite difficult to remove. I would probably say like 7x7, because like who really cares about 7x7? Yeah, I think people have made good arguments for 6x6 and 7x7 being kind of the least useful WCA events. I don't necessarily think they should be removed, but I don't think they're that important either. I'm not a huge fan of 2x2 personally. I know people, when asked that question, say like the big blind events, like multi-blind, 5-blind, but I think those are cool. Like, you can't deny that someone doing 5x5 blindfolded in 5 minutes is just cool. Fun to watch. A lot more fun to watch than 7x7. So yeah, I'd probably say like 7x7. Have you switched to the Tornado V2? For this challenge, yes, I have switched back from the GAN, just because I wanted to switch things up a little bit. I'm watching the counter because we're almost at 20,000. Right about now, 20,000. I'm gonna take a break and drink some water. That's better. The fly is back, Mr. G-Perm. Taking a visit. Don't get too close. Got the fly swatter. Okay. Anyway, back to inverse sexy moves as usual. And answering questions. What do you average on 3x3? Excuse me. What do I average on 3x3? Like low 14, maybe 13 on a good day. Almost got a 12-second PR average in competition yesterday, but yeah. I think when I'm like really solid, when my look ahead is good and turning smooth and everything, I can average like right around low 13. But if I were to just do a random 3x3 solve, it would more likely be in the 14-second range. Would you? I'm not even gonna repeat that question. What's your PB on 3x3? I think my PB, PB single is still the one that I got in competition a handful of months back, 9.11 I think. I might have gotten an 8 since then actually. I don't know. You'd have to check my PB spreadsheet. You know what? I think I do like the can better. Just for this, at least. It's just a little bit faster, a little bit more effortless. As always, leave your questions in the comments. That's kind of what I'm going off of to try and make this live stream a little bit interesting for those of you guys who are sticking with it. I think the end result is going to be more the purpose of this stream than the actual sitting around here, but might as well make it interesting as we're here. What was your hobby before cubing? I mean, I have a lot of hobbies which have taken place before and during cubing. One sec. As you can tell from my old username, I guess I liked Legos back when I was a kid. I don't know if that would really be considered a hobby. They're currently being used to support that cube with the robot right there. And then right around the time I made this channel, I played a lot of Minecraft. Nowadays, I guess my hobbies include running and climbing mountains. Is a maglev 4x4 possible? That's a good question. I would say it's possible, but impractical. Just because the way the centerpieces work, they're recessed so deeply down into the cube that the fly is crawling on my foot again. You wouldn't really be able to fit very big of magnets down in there without modifying the mechanism. You could probably modify the mechanism to fit them, but yeah, I don't really see the point. It'd probably make the cube turn worse, and yeah, it'd just be hard to fit magnets strong enough down in there. Which is why I haven't tried it. I think you probably could do a 5x5 a little bit easier, but again, you'd have to be pretty careful with the magnets and have a really big centerpiece down in there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually amazed that after almost an hour, the robot is actually still working. Oh, and it just hit 100,000. That's pretty impressive. There we go. What is the challenge? Okay, so for those of you guys who, I guess, just recently joined, as the title says, I am turning a Rubik's Cube 500,000 times. I just hit 500,000 subscribers, so figure I want to give every single subscriber out there one turn of Rubik's Cube. So somewhere embedded in this live stream, either I or the robot up there is going to turn a Rubik's Cube once for you. And as I am quickly learning, there are a lot of you out there. 500,000 is a very big number. Very hard to wrap your mind around. that every single one of these turns is a person out there. You guys are awesome. What about a maglev clock? I mean, the current clocks are like almost kind of maglev. Like Chi clock, I guess it's not quite levitation, but I mean it's basically all magnets that's having it click together, so it's practically maglev already. 3x3 blind PB. Oh yeah, there was also blind at the competition I was at yesterday. I did not do very good. I had one, my first solve, I messed up a little bit and got not a great time, and I think I was off by a bunch of edges. It was like 4 minutes. The second solve was going good, but then I guess I messed up memo. Wait, no. The first solve was going good, except I messed up some edges. The second solve, I messed up a bunch in memo and just DNF'd it, so I tried not to hit the time limit. And then the last solve, I did get a success, but it was like kind of slow, like 4.5 minutes. Trying to keep track of the counter still. Oh yeah, my PB is, I think, actually might be in competition. It was like 301, 302, something like that. Which is annoying because the cutoff for like nationals and North American championships and everything is always 3 minutes. So I'm like, I was trying to qualify for it. It was like 2 seconds off, and ever since then I've still been trying to get a sub 3. Which is my fault because I should practice more for events like that. Blind and I guess even like clock. Events like that, like, I could definitely improve quite a bit just by devoting a few weeks to practicing it pretty heavily, but I don't really have the time for that very much. I did for Square One somewhat recently learn a bunch of advanced stuff, and I did get a lot faster. And I think my average was faster enough at my previous competition that I just sort of forgot about it. And so yesterday at the competition I did really bad again. So I got to relearn some algs. But yeah, I was a lot faster at Square One than I had been before. I have a video idea. Force maglev 21x21. I think we just talked about why maglev is not practical in big cubes like that. As for force cubes, I mean, 21x21 is what, $1,500? So if you want to donate $9,000, I mean, let me know. Send me an email. And yeah, if you're giving me the $9,000, I'll do it. Happily make force cube 21x21s. The logistics of that would actually be really interesting. Because you'd have to, like, obviously you wouldn't want to take the whole things apart. It would take days to reassemble. But you can pretty easily, like, put some tape on the outside of the cube and just sort of hold together the pieces of the same color. So you could do that with all the centers, so you wouldn't actually have to rearrange the centers, because those are a pain to reassemble, as I have figured out myself. Yeah, and then just work with the edges, which would also take a long time. That's a lot of edges, but it would definitely be feasible to do in a handful of days. The reassembly would be pretty tricky with all the pieces taped together, but I guess theoretically it wouldn't be that bad. I say, having never actually done it. Top 5 favorite cubing companies. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to do a top 5 because there aren't really much more than 5 that are really relevant. I mean, there's GAN, there's Moyu, there's Chi, and I guess Yushin. Besides that, like, who else really makes competitive speed cubes? Like YJ and all that are just sub-brands of Moyu. X-Man, Volk, and everything are just sub-brands of Chi. They're all sort of the same companies. Your tutorial on 3x3 beginner method made me get addicted to cubes. Good, that's the goal. Funny thing is, I could actually turn this cube a lot faster than I am now. It's just the faster I turn, the harder it is to concentrate on everything that I'm trying to do. So, I think there's a trade-off a little bit. I have to go a little bit slower just so I can keep track of it. And look at your guys' questions too. Have you solved the Petaminx? No, but that would be super fun. I've always wanted to get a really big dodecahedral puzzle. I think Shangshao has a bunch of them. Yeah, I should do that someday, except they're really expensive, so I don't really have much of a reason to, but yeah. Gigaminx, I have a couple of those now. Never even solved the Terraminx. I think I have touched one, at least. How much time do you think it's going to take? I mean, look at the numbers we're at right now. I'm almost at 25,000, the robot's at 100,000. That means we're over a quarter of the way there. So, do the math. Been streaming for about an hour. So someone donated $2. They said, YJ was a sub-brand of Moyu, now they're independent. Is that true? I feel like they're way too interconnected. Like, there have been YJ cubes that I've gotten somewhat recently, like one of the RS3Ms, I think, that literally had the Moyu logo on it. But if that's true, then yeah, I'd love to see a source for that. That'd be interesting. Never heard that before. Someone keeps asking opinion on T-Min and Timon? Hope I'm not saying that name wrong. And Max. They're fast, really fast D-battery solvers. I don't really have much more opinion than that. I think they're going back and forth with the world record. It's been like someone tied the other one and then the other one beat it by 0.01 or something like that. Haven't really been keeping track of that too closely, but yeah, the world record average is like, did it get like under 5 seconds? Is that the crazy thing that happened? It's pretty insane. They're definitely fast. I remember when the world record average got down to around like mid 5 seconds. Like Felix got like a 5.6. Now it's at like 4 point something. That's crazy. When I started cubing, I think the record was still 5.66. It was like Felix got it like twice. He tied himself, and then Max broke it with a 5.55. Then the first one where I was like really into cubing was the Colin Burns 5.25. Those were the good old days of cubing. And then someone got another record, and then immediately someone else beat it with the 4.9. And nowadays the average is that fast. Just crazy. This began 251M leap. Good. I don't exactly remember which one the leap is, but I know they're all pretty decent. I use the like high-end, I don't know if it's called enhanced or what, but I use whatever the higher ended one is. What events do you compete in? All of them. I mean, I have competed in all but one event. That one being 5x5 blindfolded because I physically can't do that. I've never gotten a success in 4x4 blindfolded, but I've done every other event besides that. Did I get a multi-blind success? I think I got a multi-blind success, yeah. FMC is actually my highest rated event, which is kind of funny. YouTube is telling me it's a good time to insert ads. I don't really care enough to do that. Maybe they'll do it automatically. Otherwise, I don't care. Too busy turning this cube. But yeah, FMC is my highest rated event after North American Championships. I'm sure the people watching right now have already all seen the North American Championships video. There's not a whole lot of you guys here, but it's a very good video. Not enough people have watched it. FMC mean of 30. Tied my FMC single twice. It's a pretty good competition. I can say that my arm, like up here, is starting to get a little bit tired, which is strange, mildly concerning. I mean, obviously I don't have the strongest of arms. I never expected for that to actually start hurting. Maybe I'll be sore tomorrow. I'll have to report back to you. We're definitely over a quarter of the way done, so can't be that bad. Not the worst challenge I've ever done. Not even the worst challenge I've done live. When I solved the 21 by 21, I was live for 10 hours. So like, compared to that, this is gonna be a breeze. For 1 million, you should do 1 million turns of the worst turning cube. I don't know about that. If anything, this is probably gonna be the only time that I do a challenge like this. Unless it gets really popular, maybe. But first 500,000 people who are here, you all get a turn. No one else. How's your cat going? Cat's going good. She is upstairs somewhere. What's the furthest away competition you've ever been to? That's a good question. It's got to be something on the East Coast. It's either North American Championships in Toronto last summer or Jersey City. I would imagine Toronto's a little bit further away. Yeah, I imagine it probably is. You have a map up. Figure out which is further from Denver. Toronto or Jersey City. Probably Toronto. Yeah, it's funny. That's my first competition was in Jersey City. U.S. Nationals 2014. And my last last big competition was North American Championships in Toronto. How are Adam, Tyler, your sister, and Tim going? That's a very specific set of people. I guess those are all the people who are in some of my most popular videos. I mean, they're good. There's something I could say, but probably shouldn't say right now. You'll probably, yeah. They're good. What's your favorite cube out of every event? I mean, you can look up my mains. They're on my PB spreadsheet. Those are, I guess, my favorite cubes in each event. What's your PB on cat? I don't remember. I feel like we established this at some point. If anyone remembers my PB on cat, let me know. Is 21 by 21 hard? If you've ever solved a 7 by 7, you'd be able to figure out how to solve, you know, like a 9 by 9, 11 by 11, something like that. And if you can do that, you can solve a 21 by 21. It's not really hard. It's just the challenge, in my opinion, is just finding the right pieces. Finding the pieces that go where you need them to go. It's like, there's a million yellow pieces, but you gotta find the one that's exactly 5 over and 3 down or whatever. So that's the hard part, but it's really just tedious. If you can solve like a 9 by 9, you could do it. Say pickle. Pickle. How's your wrist and finger feeling at the moment? Like I said, not that bad. I mean, yeah, fingers are getting a little bit sore, but not too bad. Honestly, this is probably due to my own lack of strength. But the thing that's hurting the most right now is my arms. It's probably because I have my arms up on the table. If I did it like this, it probably wouldn't hurt as much, but obviously it wouldn't be as entertaining if I turned the cube like this. So I'll keep doing this. Just holding the cube above the table, I guess. Robot's still going strong, so that's good. Ooh. Someone is asking if they can post a link about the MoU YJ thing. And he's saying that MoU was actually a sub-brand of YJ, not the other way around. That's interesting. If you have information about that, I mean, send me an email. Go to the About page on my channel. That's my email there. Actually, it's alex@z3cubing.com. I don't know if I want to say that during a live stream, but I just did. So send me an email. I'll check it out. Don't send me stupid emails, the rest of you. Probably just made it worse by saying that. Is it worth learning pseudo F2L? I think JPerm made a video about pseudo slotting recently. Maybe not, but I think I saw that maybe. Like learning to insert F2L pairs, like when you just have an edge inserted, learning to be able to insert the corner just by rotating over and doing a D-move back. That is very beneficial. I do that all the time, same thing with edges. As for actually like pseudo slotting, like putting in the edge and corner at the same time, that obviously takes a lot more effort. I don't really ever do that, unless it's like the last F2L slot left. But yeah, just learning at least the theory behind it, I would say is probably beneficial for solves. Being able to just insert one edge in one corner by doing a D-move offset like that, very helpful. What's your favorite OLL and PLL? Ooh, favorite OLL. I really like some of the OLLs that have like wide R moves and like D moves and stuff. I know that's a weird answer to that question, but like something like, I did that really bad, but it's just sort of fun to do. I don't know what that one is actually called, and it's definitely not the fastest, but, and also like, which one is it? Okay, I'm getting distracted. I should stop doing OLLs. Those ones are fun, where you sort of have like wide moves and D moves and stuff. Just the ones that flow really nice. As for PLL, I mean, JB Perm is always a favorite. T Perm's pretty good too. I don't know. I kind of like some of the U Perms. I like A Perms quite a bit. It's hard to choose one favorite, but those are the ones that I like. Okay. Trying to count accurately is quite difficult while also reading the questions. Solve 600 6x6s for 600k. That would be difficult. Can you make a maglev GAN 11M Pro? I basically did that. That was the JPerm's idea, actually. But I have a video called Magnetic Mods Made My Mains Amazing. Fun video title. Where I, swap out the pieces of the GAN 12 maglev. Oh, 30,000! Woohoo! Where was I? Swap out the pieces of the GAN 12 maglev with the GAN 11 M Pro pieces, which is basically a GAN 11 M Pro maglev. So yeah, I have done that. The reason I needed to do that because, again, my GAN 11 M Pro was catchy. I think that was a problem with the early units, so yeah. That made the cube definitely a lot better. I have undone that mod, so the GAN 12 maglev that you see in my videos now is the standard original one with the original pieces. Favorite pizza topping? I feel like people are gonna get mad if I say this, but the only real topping I put on pizza is pineapple. Unironically, it is actually good. Do multiple robots. I mean, that would be faster. Just have to get a few robots. But I mean, I basically spent an entire afternoon, like on Thursday, the day that I hit 500,000 subscribers, building that robot. Again, my original idea was to do 500,000 degrees of turning. So like, that's 90. But I quickly realized that that was way too easy. I'd be done in like 15 minutes or something. And so, yeah, I built a robot. If you can't do the turns yourself, why not build a robot? I think even if I were turning as fast as I possibly can, which I'm not doing right now, like this fast, I think it would still take like 15 hours for me to do all 500,000 turns me alone. So I was like, well, wonder how fast a motor can spin a Rubik's Cube, and I built that little contraption, and here we are. Another good question. People reacting to my pineapple. This isn't a Rubik's brand 3x3. Who cares? It's a Rubik's Cube. Any person who you would ask would call this a Rubik's Cube. So I will too. What if you didn't use the robot like I said? It would take 15 hours. So I'm not doing that. Honestly, I mean, I think I can say this pretty safely. I was afraid that the robot might catastrophically fall apart or break or something, but knock on wood, it's been over an hour, and it's still going fine, so I think it'll go fine for another couple hours. So, hopefully no contingency plans. Will you eat lunch? I can starve till 2 p.m. About a third of the way done. Yep, that's true. That would be 166K, I imagine, is a third of that. Do you think you hit 100K before the robot hits 400K? At this rate, no. I was kind of hoping I would, but it doesn't look like I am going to. It's kind of my goal to hit 100K. We'll see where it's looking at, what it's looking at later. But if it's close, yeah, I might stop the robot when it gets to 400K and then do the last little bit to 100K on my own. What if you did a bunch of sledgehammers? Isn't that just the same moves, but like on a different part of the cube? I don't know. Maybe not quite. On Scube. Oh gosh, doing that many moves on a Scube? Oh gosh, that would be exhausting. Oh, sledgehammers on Scube. I get it now. No, that sounds like a pain. Because you have to regrip after every time you do the sledge. The great thing about inverse section moves is just 0 regrips forever. Have you tried the WRM maglev? It has basically no friction and good corner cutting. I mean, same with the GAN 13 maglev. It's very frictionless, good corner cutting. I don't have the WRM maglev on me right now. It's over there. I don't really want to go get it, so it's the GAN for now. I can switch over the Tornado for a little bit, just to have a little bit of a different feel. I just realized the cable that my foot is on controls the camera that's you guys are seeing right now, so I really don't want to unplug that on accident. I've done that before. What's your favorite cube brand? For a while I would have said Chi-Yi because they were kind of dominating with X-Man. Nowadays it's sort of more of a mix, which is good. Moyu has a lot of good stuff. I guess I'm using a Chi-Yi X-Man cube right now, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, MGC is the new brand that displaced a lot of the X-Man cubes that I used to use, which is part of YJ, I think. Switch to a third cube. I literally don't have a third cube. I do have one cube within reach. It is within a plastic bag because it is. Don't want it to get dirty. I mean, it already is very dirty. This is the one that I have solved on top of a bunch of mountains. I'm only doing 24 moves on it, just for your $2. That just happens to be within reach because, I don't know, it's on the shelf there for no apparent reason. Oh, my other cubes are way far away. I'm not doing a fourth cube. Don't send more donations. Trying to find questions that I have not already answered this stream. Because there's a lot of those always. like literally over half the questions are things that I've already addressed. Why don't you have a face-turning octahedron? Because I haven't bought one. I don't know. That's one of the things that people want to be a WCA event, isn't it? Is it interesting to solve? Is it fun? Do people like it? Is it more interesting than like Killaminx? Maybe I'll have to get one someday. Do 1,000 turns on the Rubik's brand. No! Don't have any Rubik's brands over here. Just these few cubes. Will you do another collection video? I mentioned that already. Not this year. Maybe end of next year. Maybe. The fly is back. What's your most hated Rubik's Cube? I don't know. Go look up world's worst Rubik's Cube. I kind of like that cube though because it's fun. Made a fun video with it. If you have more good questions, leave them in the chat. I guess the quantity of people who are watching right now is probably dwindling and also pretty similar to the people who have been here all along, so good job for you guys for sticking around, but maybe you guys don't have the most interesting questions. Where are you from? Colorado. Where I am right now. The fly is flying around the camera. He's trolling. Got it. This fly's fly ready for you. You land on my table. You're gonna get it. Now he's landing on me. Robot is OP. I know, right? It's like here I am with my fingers trying to do moves as fast as possible. Like I could do a bunch of U moves, but like flicking the same thing so many times over and over again, doing the same layer over and over again like that, it's just not really practical. But the robot, it just does it forever. It doesn't have wrists. It just keeps on moving. Very OP. What's your favorite cubing YouTube channel? I don't really watch much cubing YouTube anymore. Nowadays, it's more of just making cubing YouTube. Trying not to double count. I'm not even really subscribed to a whole lot of them anymore. Oh my gosh, fly, go away! I will say, JPerm obviously has some of the best content right now. He's one of the highest, most subscribed English cubing YouTubers. Lots of good tutorials and, yeah, just entertaining stuff. I don't watch a whole lot of stuff, but he's probably up there. Already double my subscribers in half the time. No, I don't know when he started. Largest number of cubes you've attempted in multi-blind. Ooh, I think I did 4 at my last competition, or I attempted 4. I only got like 2. Made some mistakes. I think that's also the most like memorization I've ever attempted. Like 4 blind obviously requires you to memorize a certain number of letters, but I think the 4 cubes multi-blind was more than 4 blind would be. So yeah, that was very difficult. I remember it being very mentally taxing memorizing that many letters. Crazy to think how people do 10 at a time or 60 at a time. It's just insane. I've done 4, almost. 5 blind would be the equivalent of, what, like 5 or 6 cubes? I don't really know. Someone knows. Tell me. What's your favorite event? What event do you practice the most? I've already talked about my favorite event. I don't really have one. 3x3 is probably up there. And it's probably also the event that I practice the most just because, you know, I always have a 3x3 around. Other events is kind of more just every once in a while kind of thing. Oh, least favorite cube that's not the square 1 star. I forgot about the square 1 star. Well, My answer is obviously the square 1 star. Fly? He's landing on me. I'm not actually sure if I got him. I don't think I did. Maybe I scared him away, at least. Robot is cheating. It's not cheating, it's literally doing turns on a Rubik's Cube. You could add and remove any event. What would it be? I feel like that's like a question that everyone asks, but I already mentioned I'd probably remove 7x7 because who cares about 7x7? Adding an event, I don't know. It's just so hard because a lot of cubes that people talk about, like Mirror Cube or Minx, is like just so much variation. It's not standardized enough for it to really like define what that puzzle is and make it an event. And like, I don't know. There's been excitement about FTO recently, and I know Master Pyraminx is one that people talked about a long time ago. I don't really have much of an opinion. Team event would also be something that a lot of people talk about. I think that could be interesting, but obviously the format would be so different from anything that the WCA has done before. Trying to pay attention is hard. The format would be so different than anything the WCA has done so far, so it'd kind of be tricky to implement, but might be interesting too. Again, you'd think that you'd get sort of the hang of this after a while, but you really do not. Is the closet on loop? Or else how is your cube not sanded out? I can assure you that that is a live feed. In fact, this might break everything, but just to prove it to you, I'm going to hit this button right here. It's going to stop, and then it starts back up again. There we go. Total live feed from my closet. The cube, I mean, we'll see how the cube fares later. You can check out to see if anything is gotten all sanded down or anything like that, but it is going. I mean, you think about it, like, it's only turning about 5 times faster than I'm turning right here, and if I were to turn this cube 5 times faster, like, I don't think that would be enough to mess it up. And I think I'm putting more wear with the moves that I'm doing because I'm actually like corner cutting and everything, whereas that one is just doing this over and over again, which has very little friction, doesn't really affect the cube as much. Spam T-perms. How many moves is a T-perm? 1, 2, wait, that's not a T-perm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's not a nice number of moves, though. Am I not adding turns? I'm not adding turns! Hahaha. You were right. That's about how many I've done. Yeah, okay, I clicked on something else to start the cube going, so yeah. Good job for letting me know. Hope I didn't miss too many. Hope I got that about right. How are you counting? I programmed something that has a counter every time I hit a button. And so I hit the button and it counts. Yeah, the robot's doing 32 turns per second is the idea. 480 RPM, each revolution is 4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4. Any other good questions? the hardest PLL case in your opinion? I mean, there's a lot of pretty terrible PLLs. G-perms aren't very fun. I really don't like R-perms. And of course, N-perms are the worst. So yeah, probably N-perms, followed by G and maybe R. I don't like Z-perms very much either, but they're not that bad. Those are the worst. I think we asked all the good questions. Oh, come on. That's probably fair. Be more creative. I know there's stuff that I've thought about wanting to talk about on here that I have not talked about yet, but my mind is too busy doing this over and over and over again to come up with anything interesting to say. Where is the button? It's a secret. Magical secret button. How is the robot not overheated? Those stepper motors do actually get pretty hot. We'll check it out later at the end of the stream. But, I mean, just hope it works. Hope my closet doesn't catch on fire. What was your worst competition? That's a funny idea. If we're talking worst as in I did the worst, I've had at least a couple of competitions where... Oh! There was one where I actually made a video about it. See, this is a good question. It's called How Not to Do Well at a Cubing Competition, which I think is really funny. I went back and watched it recently and laughed at my own jokes. Yeah, so look that up, How Not to Do Well at a Cubing Competition. That's probably the worst that I've physically done. Another way to interpret that question would be the worst run cubing competition, which, not to throw anyone in particular under the bus, but I think it was Utah Fall Championships or something like that. It was just in like this little tiny like comic store or something, and like the scrambling table was like a huge walk away from the actual competitions. It was like super tight and cramped, and just probably not enough people volunteering and stuff like that. It was just a logistical mess, and like I think they had to cut off the final rounds of a bunch of different events. I was really sad that I didn't get to do another round of Scube, because I messed up my Scube average. And then even though they cut off a bunch of rounds, it still ended like multiple hours late. So that was a bit of a mess. I think that was back in like 2015. Since then, I think competition organizers and delegates and everything have sort of figured things out a little bit and know how to make a competition run smoothly. Know how, like, both logistically, like getting cubes from the scrambling station to competitors, and also just planning out the schedule so that it like lines up with how long things actually take. Most of the time they run on time, unless it's an event like Clocker Square One that nobody can scramble quickly. That's normally where Colorado competitions lag behind. This scrambling is just such a bottleneck. Yeah, someone's telling me to do, what's it called? R prime F, which I mentioned at the beginning of the video, and it is definitely faster. The problem is I'm just not very good at it. I sort of have a hard time concentrating to do those actual moves. It's just such a muscle memory thing that I've done sexy moves for so many times like this that it's just super fast for me. Whereas that other trigger, it's just I just haven't practiced it enough, so I mess up a lot more, and it's just not really much faster than doing fast moves like this. And plus, like, I could do this faster than I'm doing it now. It's just so much concentration that has to go into it that this is kind of the max speed that I can turn a cube, period, while also talking and keeping track of it and everything like that. So, it's fine. You could just let the robot do all the work and answer questions. That is true, but like, It just feels like cheating. I want to put in at least some effort while the robot's going. See, if I just don't talk, I can probably get through with this faster. But I want to find some good questions. Use a 2x2 for your turns for a while. No, I want to solve a 3x3 Rubik's Cube. I want to turn Rubik's Cube for everyone. No doing different cubes. I mean, I can do different cubes, but no doing different types of cubes. Has to be humanly authentic. Yes, I agree. Except for the 4/5 of it that is done by a robot, but shh. I'm not putting in the effort alongside it. Doesn't count. If you invited yourself on, and he did the same thing as you, then this would go a lot faster. That is true. I could just invite myself. Unfortunately, it doesn't work quite as well during a live stream for technical reasons. But yeah, if this were a normal video, I would just invite myself on up to help me. We passed 40,000. That's quite a lot. Robot's at 180. So we're somewhere between 4 and 5 times slower than the robot, which means maybe we should be able to get up to 100,000 while the robot does 400,000. It's been almost, or about 2.5 hours already, so that's, or not 2.5, 1.5 hours already. So yeah, we're going good. Fingers getting a little bit tired. Arms are feeling a little bit better. I think it hurts more doing it like this versus holding it closer to myself, so I'm feeling good for now. I think I can probably hit 100,000. Yeah, someone's saying that R prime F or U prime or whatever is faster. I agree. It is faster. If you're able to do those moves, then sure, but I feel like this is fast. But with all the practice that I did before the stream, I just found that this is actually faster for me. It's just too much concentration to do the other one. Have you ever met J-Perm? That's a good question. No, I don't think I have ever met J-Perm. I think he lives in Canada. So yeah, the competitions that he and I go to just have never really overlapped. I was hoping he would have been at the Toronto competition, but I guess he lives on the opposite side of Canada, probably. So no, I don't think I've ever met him in person, but hopefully someday. Next time they have nationals up in the Northwest, maybe. Because I think I went to nationals in Portland, which would have been probably within driving distance for him, maybe. But I think that might have been before he was... I don't know. It was 2016. When did J-Perm start cubing? Race J-Perm. I think we know what the outcome of that's going to be. What's your highest TPS? That's a good question. I mean, I can do most of the PLLs in under a second, so that's probably close to being maxed out on TPS, so... I don't know, how many TPS would be, like a long PLL in a second? Maybe like 15, 20 turns per second? That's doing a really fast algorithm, though. Obviously a lot slower doing F2L. Good questions other than people asking for shoutouts or something. If you made a cubing brand, what would it be named? I mean, I think Z3 Cubing is technically a cubing brand. I think you mean like a cube manufacturing, producing brand. Because I'm uncreative, I'm gonna say Z3 Cubes. Just to make it distinct from Z3 Cubing. How'd you make the robot? Well, I took a stepper motor that I already had lying around. I took a bunch of Legos, built a little case for the Legos, or for the stepper motor made out of Legos. Found a little contraption that I could stick it inside of with some little poles on the side. Got some more Legos, used it to attach the cube to the motor as well as the cube to the stand, as you can see right there. And it's a robot. I guess I do sell Rubik's Cube turning robots, like the GAN robot. Never tried one of those, never really seen one. I doubt it can turn that fast though, so this seems like a better solution for me. Okay, I've been using the Tornado for a while. Let's go back to the GAN. It's a little bit easier to turn. Have you met Max Park? Yes, I have. A few times, actually. I mean, I've seen him compete a bunch of times in competitions. There was actually a Colorado competition earlier this year where he came for some reason, I guess, because they had a couple rounds of 6x6. And yeah, I think we were in the same round of some event, and we had a little conversation while we were in the waiting area. So yeah, he knows who I am. I obviously know who he is. That was one of the few times that there was a Colorado competition with someone more famous than me getting all the autographs. Kind of nice to have a break. You smashing Rubik's Cubes in slow motion really shows your dedication. Smashing Rubik's Cubes in slow motion is just fun though. Especially when it's a terrible Sudoku cube. Hope you guys enjoyed that slow motion video. I really liked making that. That's the one cube that was actually harmed in the making of that video was the Sudoku cube. Everything else is fine. I mean, the big, like, 18 centimeter 3x3 was slightly damaged, but it was actually already damaged from doing something similar in another video, so that's fine. I literally just answered that. Use a sticker cube. I don't have any sticker cube near me. Does pineapple belong on pizza? Yeah, I answered this earlier. Of course it does. Best pizza topping. Actually, I do have a sticker cube. I can't reach it. Also known as the top of a stickered chair thing. Can't really turn it. Okay. Got dogs barking. That's always fun. $5. Someone says, "Hi, Z3 Cubing, you're the best." So are you. Wait, what is that? It's like a pig emoji? What does that mean? Someone's telling me to do R prime D prime RD, like the beginner's method. That almost is a little bit easier because you're, I guess it's just using different fingers really, but it's definitely slower. I mean, I'm sure you could do it fast, but yeah, no. Not a fan of that one. Maybe you should spam Alex, it would be faster. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of any good Alex off the top of my head that are exactly like 24 moves or 12 moves or something like that. And plus, we're almost halfway there anyway, so it'll work fine. Next, you need to smash the 21 by 21. The thing that I feel like no one grasps, even though I said it at the beginning of all of my 21 by 21 videos. I don't own the 21 by 21. I literally had it in my house for less than a week. That's the time period I made all the unboxing of it and taking it apart and doing the challenge with Tim and live streaming the solve. All of that took place in like 4 days. And then I sent it off to, I don't remember who I sent it off to, like Cubehead or someone. Yeah, I don't have a 21 by 21, as I said at the beginning of every one of those videos. How many moves is a Y-perm? That's like 16 moves. Okay. I'm actually kind of amazed that that robot has stayed together for 200,000 moves. That is, that's insane to think. That thing has already turned 200,000 times and not exploded yet and not caught on fire inside my closet. That's awesome. Uh, 17 moves with a Y-perm. Yeah, close enough. 200K! Woohoo! Well, I'm at, wait for it, 45,000. That's pretty close to 200K, right? When will you do the Pi mod on a VCube 6? That's a reference to something that I probably said recently. I don't think enough people would care about me doing a Pi modded VCube 6. And also, aren't the new VCube 6s like actually good? Because like I know the VCube 6B that I have is like, it actually has a good alignment mechanism. It doesn't have the crazy cookie mechanism or anything. I think they improved it and got rid of your ability to do the Pi mod. Maybe not, but I imagine they would have after all these years. It's been like 15, 14 years since the VCube 6 came out. No, it's been 16 years. Yeah. It was like 06, 07. 15 years? I don't know, something like that. Wow. Crazy how far we've come. From the very first 6x6 to everything we have today. Feels like a long time. I mean, it's most of my life, but also a short time. It's weird. Or maybe it was 09. Okay, maybe 13 years. Something like that. I started cubing in like 2010, 2011. So I wouldn't know. What's your 3x3 lube setup? That's a good question. Honestly, I don't really have much of a standardized setup. Nowadays, I kind of just try not to lube my cubes for as long as possible until they get bad, because like they're lubed pretty decently out of the box. If I were to lube it, I'd probably do something like one of the Angstrom lubes, like Dignitas or whatever it is, or one of the what's it called? More viscous ones down deep into the core, and then something a little bit faster in the pieces. Yeah, Angstrom lubes, and then of course good old Rubiks Silk DNM37 are the two obvious go-to choices for just making your cube faster. But yeah, I find that when you really invest in trying to lube your cubes really well, you kind of just, it's almost like the lube wears out faster than the factory lube would, and so your cube just kind of becomes meh faster than it would otherwise. So I'm trying to avoid lubing my cubes until I really need to. Maybe that's not a great strategy, but it works for me. How many cubes do you have in your collection now? I mean, go to my last collection video. It was like 400 or so, plus however many I've gotten in the last year. It's probably approaching 500, if not there already. It's hard to count exactly because there's lots of cubes that I have that I don't really count as part of my collection, like just cheap dollar store cubes, and it's like the 125 3x3s, like, do you count those? I don't know. Favorite color on a Rubik's Cube? Same as my favorite color in general, which is green. I remember I asked that question in a poll on my channel like a year ago or something. Just all the 5 main colors other than white. And like blue won with like a 50% majority. It's like, do really that many people like blue? Like, what's wrong with green? Oh, I messed something up. Okay. I guess we're going to do a blue cross solve right now. Because I don't know what I did. Oh, okay, that was easy. I should like get my phone out so I don't have to look up there every time I want to look for a question. Nah. Both blue and red are good. Yeah, I think those were probably the 2 winners. But green is just cool. Robot still spinning? Yep. Is M 1 turn or 2 turns? For the sake of this challenge, I would count it as 2 turns. Just because using like WCA, outer block turn metric. Although, that metric would also count like a R2 move as 1 turn. Whereas, obviously with the robot, I'm counting that as 200,000 turns, not a U 200,000. So, I mean, outer block turn, but also quarter turn metric, I guess, is what I would say. You buy a Master Pyraminx. Don't I have a Master Pyraminx? Oh, the Shengshao one got discontinued and Yushin made a new one. Okay. I mean, I don't really use the Master Pyraminx much. But, I mean, if Yushin's one is really good, I mean, I guess the Yushin Gigaminx came out and beat the Shengshao one, so I'm sure it's a lot better than the Shengshao Master Pyraminx too. What's your best time on a Megaminx? I think sometime in like the 110s is my PB, but again, just look at my PB spreadsheet. I can't really figure it out right now. 1 turn on a cube per day. I have done exactly that challenge multiple times before. I've done it on a 3x3, I've done it on a square 1, as well as on a 4x4, which was crazy. So the 4x4 version was actually funny. So basically scrambling up 4x4 and then I'm only allowed to do 1 turn on it every day. It's funny because I started that in about like January, February of 2020. So it's like, started, the world is perfectly normal, finish in like March. COVID is like everything, and yeah. Very interesting time in world history to be doing a 4x4 solve 1 turn per day. Beyond a 4x4, I mean the 4x4 took like 3 months, so beyond that, I'm not going to do another challenge like that because it's just pain. I'd rather run 100 miles, do 1 turn per mile. Okay, what other questions? This is going to take 10 hours. What do you mean? We're over halfway there. We're at 264. It's only been less than 2 hours at this point. We only need to get up to 500,000. We're over halfway. Not going to take 10 hours. It's going to take like 2 more. Guess I didn't realize that we're over halfway, so woo, halfway. What keyboard are you using to hit the spacebar? Hopefully a not very good one. Just some random wireless Logitech one. It's not actually the one I normally use. The smart way to do this would have been to hire someone to just watch me do the moves. That way I don't have to pay attention at all and I can just answer questions. but I don't think I could convince anyone to do that for me. Just watch the cube every time it becomes solved. Instead, I have to do it on my own. Oh, I totally lost concentration there. Okay. Should magnetize a 13 by 13. That's a good idea that I've actually thought about doing before. Yeah, there's a few videos coming up on my channel that you'll see that are sort of remind me of that. There's actually a really big mass-produced cube that's magnetized that I'm going to be checking out. That's pretty cool. And another big cube that's, well, not quite cubic, that I also magnetized. Is the next word you're going to say no? I mean, no. The next word I said was I mean. I. Do you know a second language? For like 6 years, but don't speak it very well. Or at all. Can understand a little bit of it. What's the hardest cube you can solve? Hardest. Probably something like the 10 by 10 Master Morphics. I guess I would say. I made a video about that somewhat recently. I think it's called Insanity. With the 9 by 9 and 10 by 10 Morphixes from Shengshao. Those. I mean, part of it is that it's just really tedious, like in the same way that a 10 by 10 is tedious. But the centers on those is just, it takes a lot more brain power than a normal 10 by 10, I'll say. I don't know if that's quite the hardest, because it is kind of doing the same thing over and over again. Once you learn how to do the centers, it's not that big of a challenge. But it is hard. Beyond that, I can't really say that there's another puzzle that's hard. I mean, that one is just so long, so time-consuming, and also a lot more challenging than a normal 10 by 10. Will you 3D print a 25 by 25? I mean, they 3D printed a 33 by 33, so why go back down to the 25 by 25? What's your settings on the Game 13 maglev? I've gotten mine a week ago and have trouble finding a good set of settings. That's a good question. I would probably wait until some better speedcuber gets their hands on it and ask them. I think what I did is I made the maglev like one setting stronger, and then maybe also made it a tiny bit looser. I'm not sure what I did to the tensions, but I think I have it one setting. Actually, I can just check. I think I have it one setting stronger on the maglev than it was by default. So I have the bottom one on 4, yeah, which is a little bit stronger than normal, and the top one on 3, which I think is still default. So yeah, just slightly stronger maglev. I'm still not sure if that's perfect, but it works for me so far. I've been fine using it like this. I'm sure like best solver in the world might adjust it off by 1 or 2 from there. Also, they're making loud noises above me. Quiet! Oh, we hit 50,000, which is about half of what I want to do in this stream, so that's good. It's been pretty much exactly 2 hours, so that's, I guess, about how long I thought it was going to take. 4 hours total. That's good. Other good questions. Yeah, watch J-Prim's review when it comes out, basically. What was your favorite competition? Ooh. I would have to say probably one of the older nationals. Not that they're bad nowadays. I mean, there hasn't been a nationals since 2019. North American Championships was cool. It's just slightly fewer people, not quite as big of a competition as some of the previous nationals have been. I think there were like close to 1,000 people at some of the nationals. Like 2017 was pretty good. No one liked my 2017 video for some reason. 2016, 2018, one of those 3 years. One of the US Nationals those years. Will you 3D print a 50 by 50? Nah. Then the Cuber, Mr. Verified Person, says, when is the maglev Atlas Minx coming? I mean, if, what's his face? Who made the Atlas Minx? Is that, oh, I don't want to say it wrong. I know who you are. I'm subscribed to you. If you want to give me the Atlas Minx, I can add some maglev. This would have to be some pretty strong magnets. Nationals is in July. Yeah, there is going to be Nationals in 2023. I will plan on trying to go. I don't guarantee it, but as long as there isn't any major conflicts, I'll try and be there. I think it's in, like, Pennsylvania or something. Never been to Pennsylvania. How does the cube spin? A motor is turning it at 8 revolutions or 32 Rubik's Cube turns every second. Name a random cube under $50 and I will get it. Oh gosh. Random cube. Random cube. I'm looking over at my collection. I mean, do you have the banana cube? It's a pretty good random cube. A lot cheaper than $50. It's gonna take ages. I mean, it's already taken ages, so if it only takes another half age or something, then I'm fine. I'll survive. What is the best budget 4x4? I think the MGC is decent. I think that's the one that I'm using. I think the MGC is pretty cheap. I honestly don't know. Yeah, probably the MGC. I know the 5x5 and 6x6 are really, really good. So I would imagine the 4x4 is also pretty good. You're gonna make a maglev 1x3. I made the 1x1x2 for April Fool's Day. I don't know. Maybe if I run out of ideas for April Fools next year. Oh, I think I counted a few too many right there. Okay, let me fix that. That's better. It still takes so much concentration. It's insane. Like, how do you just mess up like that after doing it 50,000 times? I don't know. Make force 2x2x3. She does have a stickerless one that would work. Are you sure? So you're telling me that they have 3 different versions of the 2x2x3 that have the 2x2 colors on, they have different colors for each of the 2x2 faces? I doubt that, but if that's true, then that would be cool. What's your favorite sport? Does running count? There's a lot of different types of running. I don't know. Trail running, ultra running. Your hands are going to be dead by now. Or, wait, your hands are dead by now until 500k? I don't know what that grammar is, but yeah, my hands are slowly dying, but luckily only slowly. I think I'll make it to, along with the robot, I'll make it to 500k. As long as the robot doesn't break, then we're going to be here for a while. I haven't seen the fly, so it's possible that I might have actually killed it. I don't see its body anywhere, so maybe I just scared it away. Looking for other good questions. Yeah, someone's saying that I should do R prime F R U prime. I'm just doing U R U prime R prime, just basic inverse sexy move. I do like that set of moves too, but I just can't do it as fast or as consistently as U R U prime R prime. Let's try it. Like, it's really not any faster for me, even though it should be in theory. It is kind of nice. But it just takes more concentration, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Back to this. Can you say my name? No. C3 cubing, what is your mile time? I got a 5:57 yesterday. So, my best mile time is like 4:43, I want to say. I didn't get to do track in my senior year of high school because of COVID, so I probably could have gotten faster, but yeah, 4:43, I think. Everyone want to say their mile time in the chat, apparently. Anyone faster than me? Ooh, do you think the U12/D52 on the Shengshao Mr. M will increase after the live stream? That's a really good question. So yeah, that's the cube that I made a video. It's like making an even faster turning cube. In the video I did a U12 just by flicking it once. That was kind of the goal. And then after I made the video I realized that if you just turn it upside down and do the same layer but with a D move, it actually does 52 moves at a time. So that's a video on my second channel called Oops. I would say it's probably going to get slower after doing this, but who knows? Maybe I could just break in that layer so much that it actually gets faster. We'll see. Might have to lube it again, though. What do you think about no flip on clock? I imagine that's a method where you don't flip the clock. It seems like it could be viable. I mean, I don't know how much, like the clock definitely takes like a split second out of your time, but if you don't flip it, you're gonna have to like obviously memorize exactly the position of all the edges ahead of time, and then like either total perfect precise muscle memory, or like look at the corners as like proxies for the edges. Oh gosh, you'd have to memorize. It wouldn't be much to memorize, but just getting really fast at that seems like it would be tricky. But yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask a fast clock solver who actually does it. It seems like it could be good, but I don't know. I need to get better at clock. I'm faster at you. I have a sub 14 average. No, not 3x3. I'm talking about miles. I have a sub 14 average. I got a PR in competition yesterday. Do you prefer clock or square one? That's a good question. Clock is definitely a lot easier. There's not really anything to learn. You kind of just get faster at it. Whereas square one is like all the algorithms, all the learning things. So for my not committing a whole lot of time into things, not practicing a lot, I guess I like clock better at the moment. But I mean, I did get pretty fast at square one earlier this year, so I don't know. I don't know which one I like better. Probably square one, because it's not clock, but I don't know. The spinning cube looks great. Yeah, it is pretty addicting to watch. Sort of have the shutter speed weirdness going on. Any other good questions? We hit 300K. Yeah, we did. So 3/5 of the way there. Except if I want to hit 100K without using the robot, then I'm not quite 3/5 of the way there. I'll have to hit 60K first. Will you make metallic 2x2 force cubes? Cyclone Boys released a magnetic 2x2 recently. I didn't know that. I will look into it. Yeah, I think I've never made 2x2 force cubes. So yeah, metallic 2x2 force cubes would be really cool. I'll have to make sure that it's possible. But I imagine with the 2x2 the pieces would be swappable. So yeah, I'll look into it. I'll buy one and see if it will work. And yeah, the metallic 3x3 force cube video got pretty popular, so I'm all for making another version of that. They're fun cubes too. I really love how they turned out. Actually, funny story, as I was making the thumbnail for that video, I was like sort of stacking them up outside, trying to get the lighting all right. The lighting was like changing every 5 minutes with the sun moving in between the clouds and everything. And like I was stacking them up in all different positions, trying to get the shade and the sun angle and everything right. And at one point I was like blocking the sun from behind with like a chair. And the chair was like sitting behind it, and like a gust of wind comes over and knocks all the metallic force cubes like into the hard ground and like scuffs a bunch of them up. It's like the cubes with the most perfect finish on them, and they get all scuffed up. It was very sad. Luckily I did have the one extra one that was not a force cube, just all 6 normal colors, and so I went through all the cubes and swapped out all the pieces that had gotten messed up with ones from the original cube. So now they're pretty much perfect again. A little bit scraped up, but not really noticeable. But the cube that I donated all the pieces from is very scraped up. That one is pretty rough looking. Will you answer this question? Are you more into collecting or solving cubes? I wouldn't say I'm really into collecting. I definitely do a lot of it just because of the channel nowadays. I mean, yeah, there are some things like the Morphixes where I do purposely collect like a line of cubes. But I would say I probably spend more time solving them, more effort solving them than I do intentionally going out and collecting them. So, I don't know. Probably solving. Do you still have your Gain 11M Pro from mountain climbing? It's not a Gain 11M Pro, it's a Gain XS. That was the cube in the bag that, if you were here earlier, you saw me turn 24 times. So yeah, back in the day of the Gain XS, that was actually my main cube for a little while. I think I bought it myself, and then later the Cubicle sent me some of their max versions of the Gain X and XS, so I figured since I had duplicates, I might as well use the normal one that I have for climbing mountains with. And so yeah, I still have it. It still is functional. A lot of dirt and sand's gotten in it. There's one clip, I think it was in some Q&A episode at one point, of me solving it on top of like the sand dunes in Colorado, and it got a lot of sand in it. It was not good. But yeah, that cube is taking quite a beating, but it's still a decent cube for that kind of thing. But yeah, since the Gain XS we've had, I think the 11M Pro was the next one out, and the 12, and now the 13. What Pyraminx do you recommend? Ooh. I'm trying to remember what I use for Pyraminx. I think the non-maglev Moyu Weilong Pyraminx is the best one. Yeah, that's the one that I use. So not the maglev one, but just the normal Moyu maglev. Or normal Moyu Weilong Pyraminx that came out fairly recently. The maglev one is just super fast, not really nice and controllable, whereas the non-maglev one is really good, in my opinion. Question: did you make this robot by yourself? I mean, yeah, I said this earlier, but literally on Thursday, the day that I hit the milestone, I was like, I should probably plan for that live stream a little bit. And I realized that my original plan wasn't really going to work. So it's like, okay, how do I do 500,000 turns? I'm only going to be able to do like maybe 100,000 if I really stretch it. So it's like, okay, I have a motor that I used for something else. It's the same kind of motor you get in like a 3D printer. It might look familiar. Very standard model. Okay, I have a motor that I can turn really fast, so how do I connect this to a Rubik's Cube in a way that I can have it turn automatically? And yeah, I used the power of Legos and built it all up, and there we go. It works. The tricky part was just getting it all to be one solid unit. I found a random metal drill press kind of thing that happened to fit Legos inside of it pretty well. And yeah, that works. You're a legend for doing this. Hey, you gotta do one turn for all of you. You go through the effort of hitting the subscribe button is about as much effort as doing a turn on this cube. So, gotta feel the cumulative effect of all that. What's the cheapest GaN cube? Probably just an old one on sale that no one wants anymore. Like, I'm sure if you go buy the GaN XS right now, it's still a good cube. It's just outdated. I'm sure you could get it on sale for like 20-30 bucks. Or even buy one from someone who hasn't used it for 5 years for 10 bucks. And also the GaN iCarry, they're like cheap. Smart Cube was really cheap too, 30-40 bucks. But yeah, on sale you can definitely get some older ones for probably 30 bucks, which are darn near as good as the newer ones. They definitely do improve over time, but not that much. Whew, okay, 58,000. 318 total. Making progress. What are the questions? X-Man Tornado Pioneer, I guess is one of the versions, or GaN 13 maglev. Again, I haven't actually tried the X-Man Tornado V3, but I can tell you it's probably just about as good as the GaN 13. If you like GaN cubes, like if you do well with GaN cubes, that nice, light, effortless, airy turning, then you might like the GaN 13 better. But if you're like me and you like just sort of the absolute stable, smooth, just very controllableness of like something like a Tornado or more like a Moyu cube, then yeah, the Tornado might be better for you. And plus it's a lot cheaper, so I think for most people that would probably be the better option. I don't know about the different versions of it though. So you make a maglev 4x4. I addressed this earlier. I haven't really looked into it that much, but I just imagine the way that the centerpieces work on a 4x4, it would just be so teeny tiny, and I don't think you could fit any sizable magnets down in there without major modifications to just how the 4x4 works. How tired are you? I mean, I've only been going for 2 hours. The thing that you guys might not realize is that when I sit down and make a video, like the GaN 13 review, for example, last week, like, that's me sitting down for like 4 hours and just talking. Obviously, I'm not talking as constantly. Like, I'm thinking of things to say and then trying to get one good take of me saying it. But, I mean, 4 hours to do a live stream, to turn a cube a bunch of times, like, that's not crazy. It's probably less effort overall than the majority of my videos. So, yeah, not so bad. I'm doing okay. My fingers are definitely getting tired, is the one thing. I definitely don't turn a cube as many times every video that I make. And I'm probably talking more, just over the course of this many hours than I normally would. Just because I'm not stopping. I'm trying to fill space with words. But yeah, I'm doing alright. I'll make it to 500,000. At least with the help of Mr. Robot. We can make a maglev 5x5. I talked about that too. I might look into it, but I think 5x5 would probably be possible. Wouldn't be too bad. Again, it's just a matter of finding strong enough magnets that fit inside the actual hole. Will you make a maglev finger? So like the finger magnets that I did for April Fools, except it's maglev, so it repels. Oh gosh, that's almost too dumb of a joke to be funny, but I do like it. It prevents you from turning the cube. I don't know. It might be a little bit too intense of a joke, but I like it. Maybe. Possibility. Will you bring back the Q&As? Hey, I'm doing a Q&A right now. You're asking questions and I'm answering them. In seriousness, the words. In seriousness, though, that's a phrase. Yeah, I just wasn't really a huge fan of making the Q&As anymore. They didn't get a whole lot of views compared to my normal videos. They were just sort of a totally different genre of video. And so yeah, I just didn't feel like they were worth putting that much time into anymore. And yeah, I'd rather just do occasional live streams like this where I can just go 4 hours and answer every question imaginable. Why did you choose the cubicle? I mean, obviously they, like, quote-unquote sponsor me, send me cubes nowadays. But I did, I mean, I have bought from them probably dozens of times on my own. Even since they've been sending me cubes, honestly. I remember the first time I bought from the cubicle, though, was 2014. Yeah, because I bought a... What was it? It was a Diane Zanchi. I don't remember whether it was the first one that I got, which was stickerless, or the second one I got, which was black, because stickerless cubes weren't legal in competitions back then, so I had to buy a black one. But one of those two cubes, in 2014, was the first time I ordered from the cubicle, and I remember that they actually... It must have been the black one. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. It was actually missing like a center cap or something like that, and yeah, I emailed the support. They sent me over an extra center cap, so it's like, yeah, seems like these guys have pretty good service. They have all the cubes that I want, and yeah, I've been buying from the cubicle ever since. Back in the day when stickers were a big thing, they had like the best custom stickers. I guess those kind of died with the popularization of stickerless cubes. But yeah, I have probably the best selection of lubes of any cube store. I still legitimately think they're probably the best US cube store at the very least. And obviously you want a US cube store if you're buying in the US, if you want reasonable shipping. Welcome back to Z3 Cubing. Today I'm going to put Vaseline on my GAN 13 with maglev. That sounds like something I might do. Making the world's worst GAN 13 maglev. Oh, that'd be an expensive video. I could see myself doing that though. Would you guys enjoy that? The world's worst GAN 13 maglev? We need to do more Q&A videos because I have like 400 questions. If you have 400 questions, just start leaving them. That's all I'm doing for the next 2 hours. Answering questions, so get busy. Okay. Oh, you guys would like that. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I think that video would actually be popular, which is kind of sad, but are there cubes that you can't solve? Like cubes that I have, presumably? Yeah, there's a few of them that I got thinking they'd be really fun and interesting, and I realized that they're just absolute torture to try and solve. Like the 2 cubes from MF8 that I got a few years back. I think they're called like the Sun Cube and the 3x3 Curvy Copter, something like that. Those are cubes that I've tried solving a little bit, and I just realized like how absolutely insane they are. and just give up immediately. So I definitely can't solve those. There's a few other things, like the stupid Meffert's bandage cube that I made, like an actual handmade mod that I made. I can't solve that one. I think I have solved it just sort of incidentally before. But like, you always just get stuck with like half the cube solved, and the last layer is just like, what do? It's bandaged. Can't do any normal algorithm. It's like you kind of just gotta undo everything and then try it again and hope for the best. So yeah, there's a few cubes like that for sure. Worst turning 7x7. I actually have considered making that before. I would want to do like reversing the magnets, which I think would be funny. Yeah, I just need to find a good 7x7 where that's easily possible. Keyboard check. See, when I'm focused like this, I can do turns a lot faster. But I'm not really going to be answering questions. Try to make a cube with magnets in all the pieces, corner to core. I mean, this is basically a cube with magnets in all the pieces. You got 2 magnets in all the edges and 3 magnets in all the corners for like the standard magnets, and then you got 2 magnets in all the centers for maglev, and then you got an extra magnet on all the corners and the centers, and the edges for the core magnets and the inverse core magnet things. And then you also got 8 magnets on the core itself. It's like, I don't think you could physically squeeze more magnets into a cube than if you wanted to, than on the GAN 13 maglev. The GAN is locking up. I mean, 62,000 moves in. What cube isn't going to be locking up, honestly? I can tell you it's not nearly as bad as the like messed up mold on the GAN 12. And I mean, all GAN cubes lock up a little bit when you're doing turns like this. If we move to another cube real quick. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the tornado would be a little bit more fluid. Wouldn't lock up as much. I think it's just a GAN cube thing, really, those kind of lockups. But like, yeah, I don't know. You'd just be messing up being 62,000 moves in, basically. What's your fastest time with Ru method? NA. Never solved with Ru. Don't know how to do Ru. Someone keeps asking, do you want to get your own cube on the cubicle? I think like, what's his face? Cube Head has his own custom cube that is like just a nicely set up RS3M or something like that. I don't know exactly what cube it is. I mean, I feel like my opinions on cube models and such things like that aren't all that valuable enough for me to actually, for it to be worth them making a cube for me, so I don't really care. I'm okay giving my opinions on the cubes that already exist out there. Someone donated $9.11. I think that's a reference to my PB single. So nice. Trying not to miss turns, but I think I am missing them occasionally. What's his face? Yeah, what's his face? What's his head? The guy with the head cube face. Head. The Yo Cube. Yeah, that's what it's called. Ask more questions. Everyone's just saying cube head in the chat. It's like, yeah, I got it. I figured it out. Yeah, someone's telling me to do algorithms instead of doing this and then just figure out how many moves the algorithm is. The problem is there's no easy way for me to input an arbitrary number of moves into the counter right now. I could change it if I wanted to, but that would just be too much effort. So 24 moves it is. 6 inverse sexy moves. How old are you? I think people know this. I'm 20, which is kind of weird. Especially since I've been doing this for approaching half my life at this point. Not quite half at this point, but in a few years it will be. Do you think cubing hardware is improving as much as it used to? I think by necessity, no. Like, you have Rubik's brands, and then you have, I don't know, a Diane Zanchi, and then you have a Mo Yu Weilong. Like, that's a huge improvement each one of those times, but then the original Mo Yu Weilong to, like, you know, a GAN XS, another decent improvement, but then, like, the GAN XS to a GAN 13 maglev, it's like, it's very little, very marginal improvements at that point, and yeah, kind of getting to the point of being maxed out on cubing hardware, I guess. Because, like, there's never going to be as big of an improvement over a Rubik's brand as a GAN cube would be. Again, if that makes sense. Why not you just make the robot faster? The thing is, if maybe I can show you at the end of the stream, if you try and turn the robot up any faster, it literally just starts like I don't know, making terrible noises and not actually turning. So it physically does not move any faster. I think I messed something up. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's kind of a random coincidence that the robot happens to be pretty much on the same order of magnitude as how fast I can turn, just, I mean, 4 times faster. But it still takes the robot even 4 hours to get to 500,000, and so luckily that means I can contribute at least a little bit to this. Oh, okay. Lego motors exist. I wonder how fast those can spin. Yeah, I'm not using a Lego motor because, I don't know, I have some of them, but without gearing, it definitely wouldn't spin as fast as the stepper motor does. I considered, originally the plan was actually to use some gear mechanism, but I just pretty quickly realized that, I mean, the stepper motor can spin plenty fast enough on its own, and plus doing any sort of gearing, it just makes everything a whole lot more complicated than driving it directly. Just the whole setup, you have to have a whole big rigid mechanism for the gears to spin with, and yeah, it's just hard to use gears, so I'm just using a single motor. Plus, I mean, the Rubik's Cube is like, it's barely holding together at the speed that it's going right now. At least that's what it felt like as I did it for the first time. So I wouldn't really want to spin it at like double the speed. That would be pretty intense. People are asking questions that I've literally already answered, so that's fun. Do you have any vintage cubes? I don't know what you would call vintage. I mean, I have some like old knockoff cubes from the 80s. Obviously, Rubik's clocks are pretty old. I don't have like an original old Rubik's brand. I mean, I do have an oldish Rubik's brand from probably the 80s, but it's not in very good shape. So So yeah, it would be fun to have just like an original Rubik's brand in the box with the logo and everything. That would be a cool cube. You know, one thing that I thought about recently was when I made the shiny force cubes. It made me think back to the shiny ghost cubes that Mephrics made, which I mentioned in the video. But that made me think back to the old golden cube, if anyone are still around who remembers those. They only produced them for a short amount of time and just stopped for some reason. It's like I think Tony Fisher invented it. It's basically a skewed version of the ghost cube. So it's like a ghost cube, like a slightly misaligned and off-axis thing, like a ghost cube, except it's a skewb on the inside. And the main one that Mephrics made was like the golden metallic finish. I think they also made some like black plastic ones. That's an old quote-unquote, I guess it's made in like 2015, or words, 10 or 20 years ago. So not quite vintage, but that is an old cube that I would really like to get my hands on. I think they sell for like $200 or $300 on eBay. If anyone knows where I could get one. The reason that is an interesting cube to me is me, myself, and Pi back in the day had one. And I just remember his video about it, and that was like one of the videos that got me into cubing to begin with, and also when I got back into cubing to start my channel, that was one of the first videos that I remember watching. It's his review on the golden cube. So that's just a interesting cube. I'm sure most of you guys around nowadays wouldn't even remember that. Can you say hello? Hello. Yes. Almost 300,000 robot turns. Yep. Do you think cubing will die as world records stop getting broken and cubes stop getting better? You know, the thing is, I don't know if world records will stop getting broken. I mean, yeah, I guess hardware improvements in cube technology have driven a lot of world records, but also like actual speed solving methods have also gotten faster too. Like back when I got into cubing, the world record was, like I mentioned earlier, like 5.66 seconds, 2x3 single, and like that was considered like almost unbeatable back then. And nowadays, I mean, yeah, cubes are a lot better, but like people have just gotten faster. I mean, I think even with the cube people are using back then, people would still be averaging 4 or 5 seconds, which is like a pretty substantial improvement. And that's in 3x3, which is like the most hotly contested of the events. So yeah, no, with side events and everything, like I don't know, Square One feels like it's been getting popular in the last few years. Like so many people doing it, breaking all the sorts of records, down under like 4 seconds now, or 5 seconds. I don't know. I don't think if cubing goes away like that, I don't think it'll be because speed cubing stops getting faster. I was here 1.5 hours ago. Hey, you know what? I was here too. Are double turns allowed? For the sake of this, I'm going to use quarter turn metric, so I'm going to say that a double move would count as 2 moves, because, you know, you could break it up into 2 moves. I mean, you could call what the robot is doing right now 300,000 move. I mean, it just hit 300k. You 300,000. I would sure hope that counts as more than 1 move. What cube should I get to make mosaics? That's an interesting question. Mosaics are tricky because, like, yeah, when you're buying that many cubes, it's like you can't really buy it from a traditional cube store because bulk prices are yeah, you can't really get bulk prices really good at some place like a normal cube store. I will say that if you are buying like more than 100 3x3s, yeah, you do want to try and find somewhere wholesale like if you just go like straight up on Alibaba, you can find basically the people who manufacture the cubes and contact them and get a cheaper price for them. That's pretty much what I did. But yeah, it's definitely a lot more effort than buying from a normal cube store. Have you tried the new Moyu Aufu? Yeah, I think I have. I think they sent it to me. I never made a video on it because it just wasn't interesting enough. I looked at the reviews. People said that the outer layer magnets were too strong, which kind of makes sense. You want the inner layer magnets to be really strong and the outer layer ones to be a little bit weaker than the inner layer ones. And yeah, I definitely noticed that when I was messing around with it. It seems like the outer ones are just really strong. But other than that, I mean, it seems like a good cube. You know what, my fingers and my arms and everything aren't really hurting, but my butt is kind of starting to hurt just sitting in this chair, because I have to stay in the same exact position to hit the button. Add center edge magnets to the GAN 13 like on the Volk. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Volk Elite, or one of them, had extra magnets between the center pieces and the edges. I don't know if you could fit them inside the GAN with the maglev. You probably could if you got some thinner ones. That would be kind of fun. just for the fun, adding more magnets to it. Yeah, I might think about it. What if you make force cubes with smart cubes? Then they would be very, very useless as smart cubes. Any more good questions? What's the name of the robot? I don't know. You guys have any good robot names? The Fly we called G-Perm, but I think he might be dead, or at least hiding. I feel like the robot should just be called like you, because that's all it does. Opinion on doing M moves on a Megaminx. I mean, I guess you could sort of hold the two opposite sides of a Megaminx and kind of do an M move. I doubt that would be very particularly useful for any algorithms or anything, but yeah. How long do you think this would take without the robot? I think I calculated it out to be at least like 15 hours, and I think I'm actually a little bit behind schedule. Right as I talk about the Fly, he comes back out again. You better not. Okay, he's over there on the giant Rubik's Cube. Okay, what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. I totally forgot what I was saying. Z3 Turner, Z3 Cuber. Hey Z3, I saw you at the Cuban competition yesterday. Cool, I probably saw you too. The Fly is coming back. Right as I mention him too. He just appears right in front of me. What cube are you using? Right now the GAN 13 maglev. What happens after all those turns on the Rubik's Cube? The Rubik's Cube and the robot? We will check it out afterwards. I will go over back to my closet and check it out, see how many turns, or see what the Rubik's Cube looks like after doing that many turns. Hopefully it won't be totally messed up. I doubt there's going to be anything super wrong with it. But yeah, you know, who knows? It might be super sort of messed up after that. UV or matte? Right now I'm using the UV GAN 13 maglev. I don't really have much of a preference between UV and matte. I think UV gives you probably slightly better grip. Although, I would say I kind of like the look of the matte a little bit better. I don't know. I don't really have much of an opinion. I'm not a huge fan of frosted plastic, I will say that. But matte is kind of a nice middle ground. $70,000! Woohoo! Oops, I did one extra there. There we go. Woo! Can you make force 5x5s? I mean, I've gone up to a 4x4. I don't know what interesting thing I could do with a 5x5 to make that for a good video. I mean, maybe someday, but it's not a super interesting thing to do at this point. Plus, it's kind of expensive. I'm tired of looking at this wall. Yeah, me too. But we're getting there. 500,000 of you will each get your own turn. $70,000, yep. How's life in Colorado? At the moment, somewhat cold, but pretty nice. Snowed the other day. Good. When did you stop cubing at some point? Okay, what did I do? I stopped cubing right now. Because I don't know what I did to the cube. Z-perm, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I stopped cubing. I started cubing originally in like 2010, 2011, and then within a year stopped again for a while. Got into playing Minecraft a bunch. And then I started up again in 2014 when I made my channel. Did that for a while and then kind of got bored of it again for a few months after going to nationals for the first time. It was only like a couple months of not making videos. And then after that, after I came back, I literally have made a cubing video pretty much every single week since then. So since then I haven't really stopped. It's been 8 years at this point. I think there's been 1 week where I haven't uploaded a video, but besides that, been into cubing pretty consistently. Felix or Max? I mean, are you asking who's faster? Seems like Max is faster at this point. Did Felix lose all of his world records? Does he have any of them left? I don't think so. Maybe the one-handed single? Has that been broken yet? I don't know. Someone keeps saying worst turning 7x7. Yeah, we literally talked about that like an hour ago. It's definitely an idea. Make your final few turns a full 3x3 solve. Yeah, maybe. Fly's back! I will. Okay, he ran away. Oh, here he is. He won't die. Will you do 1K extra because you're at 501K? You know what? I think not, because this is a 500,000 subscriber special. The first 500,000 people who got here each get their own turn. if you're 501,000, you're not special. You don't get your own turn. Only the first 500,000. Name the fly Matt. We already named the fly. His name is G-Perm. Because he's bad. Can you only make one turn for a whole minute? What would we do for a whole minute then? How do I Z3 cube? I mean, you just do that. That's a Z3 on a cube. Any other good questions? What's the hardest video you've made? This one? No, not this one. Hardest video. You might say like solving a 4x4 one turn per mile if we're talking like physically hard. We're climbing 100 mountains. In terms of like video making effort though, good question. I mean, the 21x21 solves were pretty exhausting too, just in terms of sheer cubing effort. But in terms of like actual video making, probably my nationals videos, either the 2019 one or the 2022 this year North American Championships videos. Those were a lot of effort. And more people need to watch the North American Championships one. I messed up. We're just gonna pretend that was 24 moves. And then do a J-Perm. Okay. Yeah, I know R prime F, R, U prime is fast, but like, I'm just not very good at it. The fly is on my foot! G-Perm is on my foot! Was learning pi hard for you? I mean, it's just brute force memorization, just grouping numbers together and coming up with ways to remember them. I did it during like middle school classes, so I was very bored. I don't know if it was very hard. 400,000 turns! Woohoo! Yeah, the other live stream you didn't do. The other milestone you didn't do a live stream for. Yeah. I feel like 400K I was just really busy and didn't really think about it. So I kind of forgot to make a video, but I did something for 33333 before then, so that wasn't too far before. There was another video around there that I meant to make and totally forgot about, so whoops. Why don't you link your second channel on this channel? I think in the channels page it's there. I think. I should probably update that channels page because it's probably very outdated. There's channels on there that have been deleted since I last updated it. I think it's on there though. Lego bricks must have been pretty badly bruised by now. I don't think the Lego bricks are actually being... Like, none of the Legos are actually moving, except for the ones that are directly attaching the motor to the cube. Those ones might be a mess, but the rest of them, they're just in one solid spot, so I don't think there's really going to be a problem there. Is Puzzle Lego here? I didn't see your comment, but hi. Oh, there you are. Oh, your smiley face is getting blocked by YouTube. I should unblock it. Show. Okay. Unblocked one message for you. It will take you 20 hours. What do you mean? We're at 400,000 already. Hey, congrats, man. Here's to 1 million. Yeah, Puzzlego. With the Australian dollars? $8. Nice. Yeah, 1 million. We'll see. Maybe someday. I mean, at this rate, I'm getting like 100K a year, maybe. So, yeah, we'll see. It'd be nice to have a gold play button to go along with my silver one. Yeah, the robot just passed 1/3 of a million. That's pretty cool. Your hands have got to be tired. Yeah, a little bit. Plastic will be totally smoothed out on that one side. Yeah, I mean, it's already pretty smooth and frictionless to begin with, but it might have gotten worn down a little bit. Hopefully my GAN 13 maglev that I've been using for most of this time doesn't... Hopefully it fares pretty well. Will you do a 3141592 subscriber special? Yeah, once I hit 3 million, sure. Pi million. Make a metallic cube, but make it a 2x3x4. Is there a metallic 2x3x4? I don't think that's a thing. Can't just magically add metallic coatings to a cube. Although that would be cool. Oh yeah, Puzzlego. It rounds up to 314593. Oh yeah. Gotta make sure and get that single subscriber of precision correct. And exactly 75,000. I'm gonna take a drink of water because my throat's getting tired. Yum, water. Okay, so I think I will officially say at this point that I am going to try and make it on my own to 100,000. I'll stop the robot when it gets to 400K. So we got 1 more hour to go. All right. Oh, the fly is back. Maybe I'll focus a little bit more on turning the cube and pressing the button. But if you have some more questions, that's good. When's your next competition? Ooh, I think it's in 2 weeks from yesterday. It's a sort of like quiet FMC blind events comp. So hopefully I can get a 4 blind success finally. Trying to get back into the rhythm of this. And yeah, maybe even a good FMC meme. Maybe I can... I don't think FMC is their main event this time. But maybe I can win FMC again. What is he doing? Read the title. Turning Rubik's Cube 500,000 times. The robot's helping me out. That's not a robot, that's a fidget spinner. A fidget spinner doesn't turn automatically, does it? Did I get an RS3M 2020 for Christmas? For $3. Yes, I mean, the 2021 is a thing, isn't it? I don't think it's that much better, but get the 2021 or the Super or whatever the new one that came out. It's probably better, marginally. But yeah, the 2020 is fine. What alg are you doing? Just inverse sexy move, so U R U prime R prime. It's my, I guess, favorite way of doing relatively fast turns. The fly is back. I will. From 1 to 10, how annoying are people that take for shoutouts? Solid 7. I mean, I can usually ignore them, but clogging up the chat is kind of annoying. What cube are you using? Game 13 maglev right now. Put a battery in a 4x4. Why? The cube must be insanely broken in by now. Yeah, honestly, I've probably done more turns on the Game 13 maglev at this point. I definitely have done more turns on it at this point than in total in some before this live stream, so yeah. We'll see if it gets any better after it's broken in. Maybe switch cubes soon? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like this one. It's just easy to turn. Very effortless, frictionless. Do you think they will add more WCA events? I mean, they did add a WCA event back in 2014. I guess was the most recent one, which, okay, I guess in the last 10 years they've added one and removed one, so maybe not very fast, but someday, probably. Cube is the event that I'm referring to. Can your next video be a house tour? No. I mean, hey, you got a closet reveal right there. First time I've ever had a video from my closet. That's good enough for a house tour, right? What if the robot turns sentient? I don't know. Can a stepper motor turn sentient? People suggesting different algorithms for me to do moves really quickly. I mean, I appreciate it. But also, we're at 77,000. I think I'm just going to stick with this. Do you have any unboxing videos planned or not? I mean, I did an unboxing literally last week. Planned. Actually, yeah, I do have an unboxing video planned, in fact. Kind of forgot about that one. It should be out within a week or two. Yeah, unless it's a really interesting cube. People tend to not really care very much about unboxings, is one thing I have learned. People say that they like unboxings, they say that their favorite type of videos are unboxings, but then no one actually watches them. Maybe that's just a quirk of YouTube, but Just checked back from 2 hours ago. Yep, not much going on since then. Just a whole lot of turning. Pass 100,000 turns by yourself and I will super chat $30. Well, you already did $8 right there, plus a bunch more before. Okay, yeah, that's the plan. The plan is to exactly hit 100,000 myself. I guess I have a bit of an incentive to do so now. Settings on the Game 13, I think I checked earlier. I did 4 on the maglev and 3 on the tensions, I think. I'm not sure if that's ideal, but it works for me. Your hand's hurting. A little bit, yeah. My arms were hurting earlier because I think I had it held up more like this. But now that I'm holding it closer to me, it's not really hurting. But yeah, my finger, oh man, my fingers are definitely getting a little bit sore. How are you counting the turns? Magic. Every time the counter updates, if you miss this, it's adding 24. Because that's 6 English sexy moves. Microwave reveal at 502K. Have you eaten a banana in the last 24 hours? No. I might, though. At some point soon. Where did you buy that robot? I made it. I just had a motor lying around that happened to be all hooked up to spin. And I added some Legos. And now it turns a cube. Has your robot already exploded? Amazingly, it hasn't exploded yet, which is honestly pretty surprising to me. Especially that attachment mechanism at the top. I was not expecting that to work. I just sort of made that as a first attempt, and yeah, it's still going. Let's switch out cubes. Did you know if you turn quicker, your suffering will end quicker? I did know that, but I can't turn quicker very consistently, and even if I do, it takes way too much focus. Do you prefer the Air, Pro, or Leap? Is that referring to GAN 2x2s? I don't know. I think I used the Pro of the 2x2, if that's what you're asking. Almost 80K, yep. Here we go. Sure, messed it up. 80,000! Woohoo! Force kilominxes. That's an interesting idea. I mean, I've done force megaminxes, so I guess it wouldn't be that interesting. You'd have to buy a lot of them is the problem. And I'm not sure how cheap kilominxes are. Especially stickerless ones. I don't have a stickerless kilominx. I'm sure they exist, though. You will beat J Perm in subs. Yeah, I know. He beat me a long time ago, and he's flying past me with no stopping in sight. We're staying slow and steady, though. Do a right leg review at 600K. I'm pretty sure I've already revealed my right leg in plenty of videos. I have feet solves on my channel. Although YouTube didn't like that one time that I solved the skew with my feet. Something about the skew plus feet. That includes my legs, doesn't it? Do wide turns? Like, ooh, I like that. That's kind of nice. It's a little bit weird because I'm just not used to it. The front of the cube moves in a way that I'm not used to. So it'd be hard to get used to it. I bet you won't see this comment. I bet you're wrong. Do you still have the original skew with feet video saved somewhere? I think, I'm not sure, I doubt YouTube outright deleted it. I bet it's just on there privated. And yeah, I do have a copy of it either way. So yeah, I mean, it was by no means a good video. Just like, hey, I'm gonna solve a skew with my feet. Okay, let's scramble it. Okay, gonna solve it now. Okay, it's solved. Cool. Bye. Made a lot of videos like that back in the day. But for some reason, I mean, I solved the pyramids with my feet. I solved all sorts of other cubes with my feet, 5x5. But YouTube just really didn't like me solving a skew with my feet. Skews just aren't appropriate, I guess. Okay, I'm getting tired of the tornado. Let's move back to the GAN. Oh, J Perm unboxed the GAN 13 megalith today. Okay, yeah. I was wondering when he was going to do that. I had not seen that video yet. The skew video needs to be released again. Wonder if YouTube. I wonder if the community guidelines violation or whatever it was still is there, or if I could just make it public again. I wonder if they care anymore. I doubt they would care if I re-uploaded it, but go watch the solving a pyramids with my feet video from back like 2015, 2016. That'll give you a pretty good idea of what it was like. Not very interesting. Can you do one-handed? Ooh. Maybe I can do the last few moves one-handed. But right now, no. I'm in the groove of doing this. I made the robot, to answer your question. It's not really much of a robot. It's more of just a motor attached to a cube. But I call it a robot. Hurry up. Hey, I'm hurrying. Any more good questions in the chat? Name all the PLLs. How many turns can you do meanwhile? Okay, you guys will have to keep track of the turns. Oh gosh, this takes concentration. I'm trying to think of an obvious way to do this. U perm, 2 of those. H perm, Z perm. Those are all the ones where the corners are the same. E perm. And then you have Y perm, J perm, T perm, V perm, G perm, R perms. This is hard to concentrate. Trying to imagine something on a cube while doing turns on a cube is hard. Did I say A perm? Probably not. PLL skip, does that count? I said B, Y, T, J. Did I get all of them? What am I missing? Did I say N? Here, I'll name all of them. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, kidding. I guess that's a good way to check though. So I said A. I said E. Oh, F perm. I missed F perm. G. H. I think I got all the rest of them. Yeah. You trying to speedrun arthritis or carpal tunnel? I'm sure there's people out there who, just practicing 3x3, have done more than 100,000 turns in a day. It'd be a long day of speed cubing, but I don't think it's that unusual. Do an X perm. Yeah, that's a good one. Opinion on the new black and white mirror GAN mirror cubes. I haven't seen those, but that sounds interesting. I mean, purple's definitely a bit of a weird choice for a mirror cube, so black and white would make sense. I bet you could do some sort of weird, you could do some sort of weird, interesting, like, not quite force cube, but like anti-force cube. I don't know if the pieces are swappable like that, but like you could just swap around the pieces and have like a part black, part white, part purple mirror cube. That'd be cool. Messed up that. G-perm. What am I doing? Messed up that G-perm. Okay. That's about 24 moves. Pretend that didn't happen. Okay. Again, for all the people suggesting different moves that I can do, I mean, I'm at 84,000. I think I'll just deal with what I've been doing so far. Again, the main thing that's hurting right now is just my butt from sitting on this chair. Oh, I did something weird. Any other interesting questions at all in the world? How have you been here for 3 hours and 25 minutes? Well, I came in, I sat down, and then I turned a cube, and 3 hours and 25 minutes, I'm here. It's really pretty easy. It's almost easier than leaving and doing something else. How are you measuring turns? Literally with my feet. Rather imprecise, but hopefully accurate enough. If you had 12 catches so much, you could play baseball with it. I like your joke. Oh yeah, I hope you guys weren't too confused about the daylight savings time, which ended today. I saw some people before the stream talking about it, like confused at why it didn't start an hour ago. So yeah, that was last night. And so if you calculated the time that it would be yesterday, or if like the time didn't change for you, something like that, if you're not in the US, then yeah, that might have been confusing. But we have, I woke up the same time as normal, but it was like sunny out. Crazy. Do you like Portal? I see you talking about the game. Yeah, that's one of the few games I really played through. If you enjoy it, Portal 2. I told you, I'm keeping track with my feet. Does that not make any sense to you? Why don't you make the robot go faster? It physically cannot. If I turn up the speed, it just doesn't do anything. What cube is on the robot? It's the Shengshao Mr. M. Same cube as in my making the fastest turning cube video, one of those. It's a Gain 11M Pro, worth it. If you can find it cheap nowadays, yeah. Much better deal than the flagship Gansky cubes. If it's on sale. I think I've seen it for like 40 bucks or less. Which is a lot better than what it started at. You can get it for like 30 bucks. If you added gears to the robot, yeah, I considered it. but it just would make everything a whole lot more complicated, and I'm not sure the cube would quite like spinning that fast. Because like the way the stepper motor works is like, it's not like it ramps up based on, you know, the like torque that you put against it. It just straight up goes the speed that you tell it to immediately, and so it would just make everything a lot more complicated. You have to ramp things up slowly, and it would be a pain. And just adding the gears together in a way that don't fly apart would be very difficult. So just connecting it up directly is a lot easier. I just tuned in. Why are you turning it 500,000 times? Look at the subscriber number. We just hit 500,000 subscribers. 500,000. So I want to give every single one of you out there one turn of one of these Rubik's Cubes. Any other good questions? Any other good questions that I have not yet answered in this stream would be a better question. Yeah, 480K. Getting pretty close. That's like what we were at a couple months ago in terms of subscribers. So we could just quit right now and call it close enough. You actually have 501? Yeah, but this is a 500,000 subscriber special, so I'm going to stop at 500,000. I would have done this video yesterday. I mean, we hit the milestone on Thursday, which was while I was building the robot, actually. I would have done it yesterday, but I was at a cubing competition. If you want to check out how I did, I talked about it earlier. Or my second channel, Z2 Cubing, uploaded a few of my new PRs on there. What if you had two robots? Then it would be twice as fast, I guess. You guys would only get half as long of a live stream. Which I think is a bad thing, maybe. Someone donated 20 of some currencies. I was going to say euros, but I don't think that's euros. Some mysterious currency. Let me know what that is. Solved the Rubik's Cube in Minecraft. Hey, I did that years and years and years ago, like 2015. Solved the Rubik's Cube in Minecraft. How tired are you the next day after a competition? In terms of like my hands or anything, like not really a big deal. Just being physically tired, a little bit. I mean, it is slightly exhausting just being in a room with a bunch of people all day, but not too bad. I do much more exhausting things on a regular basis. Okay, I'm gonna do something really quick. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this button here when it hits 400K, and there we go. So I just stopped the counter on 400,000. It should Stop. Okay. It did one extra turn just for fun. We're going to call that close enough. 400,003. Actually pretty impressive that I managed to stop it that close. And I'm at 80,000, 87,000. I'm just going to finish everything on my own because I want to do 100,000 turns on my own. So yeah, here we go. Should take another 30 minutes or so. But let me make sure I'm on the right thing. There we go. No more robot. We will actually, after I'm done with after we hit the final number, I will go over and check out the cube that the robot's been turning just to see how it has fared throughout all of this. So I will be interested to see. Yeah, I will inspect the cube after I'm done, so give me another 30 minutes. Feel the cube, is it hot? I doubt the cube is hot. The motor is definitely hot though, because that's what happens to those stepper motors after a while. Non-stop scrambling, wouldn't that be faster? Yeah, maybe marginally, but how would you count that? PLL results, 504 turns. Okay, it took me 504 turns to name all the PLLs. How does that compare to the number of turns that it takes to do all the PLLs? I imagine it's probably something around 500. I did name them all eventually. That's cool. Estimate how many times do you think you solved a 3x3? I have absolutely no idea. I know I can easily do 100 solves in a day with like a not too long of a practice session, like an hour. The number of days I've ever done that though, were like just plus any random solves here and there. Probably on the order of 100, wait. Probably on the order of 100,000. It could be totally off by an order of magnitude, but somewhere around there. Maybe less than 100,000. Yeah, I don't know. $1 million subscribers equals 1 million turns? No, I'm only doing this once. You got to have subscribed in the first half 500,000, for you to get a turn. Unless this gets really popular, then maybe I'll do it again, but... Can you smell your cube? Doesn't smell like anything. Do you recommend the magnetic core for the Moyu maglev? They didn't release one with the magnetic core, did they? Because they might have. I might have missed that. As for adding your own, I don't know if it's really worth it. It makes your cube heavier and... yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think you should really bother if you don't care. Obviously, if you like fiddling around with your cubes like that, then sure, why not? I don't think it makes that big of a difference. I have one question. What I'm doing with my life? What I'm doing with my life, or you? It's not really a question. It's expecting you to say it smells like lube. It literally smells like nothing. Neither does that one. Do your fingers hurt? Yeah, but we're dealing with it. How do I make a super square 1 star? But you get a square 1 and then you make it super, and then you make it into a star. How should I set up the X-Band Tornado V2? I don't know if I've even actually lubed my Tornado V2, but I do quite like it. Yeah, I don't think I've changed the factory lube at all. I think they have some sort of crazy adjustment mechanism. I don't remember what the settings are. I can check. We are on 1? Is there only 1 setting? No, I think like the dots are parallel with the cube, with the notch, and it's also on 1. So maybe 1, 1? I don't know. I don't know if that's a good setting, but seems like I put it on that at one point. A scale of 1 from 100, how difficult is a 1 by 1? I mean, 1 times 1 is 1, so 1? Maybe 100, I don't know. 6.94 TPS for the human, for me. That makes sense, yeah. I was sort of hoping to be around 8 turns per second, but it seems between all the talking and breaks that I've taken that we are more at closer to 7. We are at 90,000 though, so that's cool. 90% of the way there. After, how long has it been? 3 hours plus 40 minutes, which is 220 minutes, which is, how much further do we have to go? Someone calculate that for me. Is it 40 minutes to go? No, can't be 40 minutes, can it? I don't know. I can't do math anymore. It can't be 40 minutes, right? Because we can do 1,000 in like a minute or 2. So it should only be like 20 minutes, right? I don't know. Is a Pyraminx harder than a 3x3? No, you can solve a Pyraminx basically intuitively. Hardly even need an algorithm. Do you lube your non-WCA puzzles? Usually not, unless I really need it. How late is it there? In Belgium it's only almost 10 p.m. It's only 1:30 p.m., so not that late. I'll go take a nap or something after this. No. Will you review the Square 3 if it comes out? Ooh, Square 3, that would be an interesting cube. Do you like cut all the pieces in half of a Square 2? It'd be a lot of pieces. Someone gave instructions in the chat of how to set up a Tornado V2, which sounds more authoritative than what I said. Have you ever tried speed stacking? I think in like a Q&A video or something I did it once. Or, I don't even know if I know how to do it. I think I do have some cups over there, but not doing that today. I've not seriously tried it. What company do you think will make the first 4x4 Smart Cube? I don't know if a 4x4 Smart Cube is even feasible. I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but like the fact that you'd need multiple sensors per axis to be able to tell which of 3, I mean, rather than just 2 layers, you'll have a 3rd middle layer. I feel like that just makes it so much more complicated that I don't know if, I'm sure it's possible. I doubt anyone will do it anytime soon. Especially since there's so little demand. I don't see a whole lot of people using smart cubes out there. I personally don't even use them that often. I mean, I don't know, that one way long. It's pretty good. It's just occasional technical problems just make it not that fun to use. Getting Bluetooth to pair and such. Okay, are people just spamming questions and then not paying attention to when I answer them? Because I feel like people keep asking questions like immediately after I have answered them. I've been gone for a bit. Why did the robot stop? Because it hit 400,000. And I want to do the remaining 1,000 on my own. I want to contribute at least a little bit. I want to contribute at least a fifth of the total turns. So, lost my train of thought. So, the robot's getting a break right now. I'm going to finish it up on my own. Yeah, the person asking about the 4x4 Smart Cube is literally still asking the same question over and over again that I answered 5 minutes ago. Wonder if Cubehead has beaten your tower record yet. You know, he said that he said that he would be back or something like that, but haven't seen anything from him yet. Seems like my tower is still the best. That's a pretty good video if you haven't seen it. Making the tallest Rubik's Cube tower. I like that one. It was very difficult. I'm not sure didn't know if it was going to be possible. So I think it'll take like 15 more minutes or so at this rate. I think we've fallen off pace a little bit from the beginning. Maybe that's because I'm not hitting the button as consistently. I'm trying. Tell us your life story. Last 15 minutes of a live stream. Isn't a great time for the life story. Congrats on a huge milestone. You have the new Diansheng Solar 4x4. So I think it's underrated. Diansheng Solar 4x4. No, I don't really have any Diansheng puzzles. Actually, I do have an unboxing coming up pretty soon of a puzzle which I think is from Diansheng. But no, I can't really think of any puzzles at the moment that I have from them. So, no. Interesting to hear. Are they... Oops, what did I do? I imagine Diansheng is just totally sort of separate from all the main cube companies. They're just their own independent thing. That's my impression. People are telling me to say yo like Cubehead. I refuse. Unless he beats my record. And maybe I'll do it, but... do you play chess? Nope. I mean, I can play chess, but not well. Have any tips for 5x5? I don't know why I read that question because the answer is no. I have no tips for 5x5. I have tips for pyraminx. The pointy things on the ends. Keep on missing turns, making it take longer than it needs to. Imagine someone mass-producing the Z3 cube. Okay, now that would be cool. My Z3 cube has actually been broken for a long time. Part of it sort of is cracked, and then I intentionally broke it for the Hey guys and welcome back to, which for some reason is my most popular video. Hey guys and welcome back to. I mean, it's not a bad video, but it's literally a video about not having any video ideas because I didn't have any. It was like a Thursday before the Saturday I was supposed to upload, and I just came up with that on a whim as like last-ditch resort video idea. No, it's got 8 million views or something like that. Maybe 7 million. Insane. $94. It was so funny to watch. Yeah, people obviously enjoy it. I just don't understand how they enjoy that so exponentially more than anything else. Another video that's been doing really well recently is the world's lightest speed cube video. I'm glad about that one. That was a video that I actually put a lot of real effort into, and now it's like up there, like top 5 most viewed videos. I'm happy with that. And that's a video with actual watch time, which is good for revenue, rather than just a 2-minute video. Why is this so entertaining? This? I hope some people are finding this entertaining, because honestly it feels kind of boring. But yeah. Moyu's making a speed Z3 cube. Yeah, I like it. Speed Z3. That'll be the next WCA event. Z3 cubing. That's my name. How to speed up memo in multi-blind. I'm not the one to ask for that, but I assume you're talking about like more actually memorizing things rather than speed of tracing, because like I'm not very good at either of them, to be honest, but like tracing the cube is one skill where you're able to quickly come up with the letters by looking at the cube and figuring out where the pieces go, whereas actually literally memorizing those letters is a totally different skill, which both take their own practice. So I guess figure out which one of those is limiting you, whether it's in multi-blind it's probably memorizing the actual letters, but obviously improving in both is helpful. Not that I'm very good at either of those. What do you think will come after maglev? Like in terms of big cubing innovations, in terms of magnetic things, or what? Can't really think of much other uses for magnets on a 3x3. Yeah, other than core magnets, I think there's the 2 types of magnets to make the turns magnetically attract in the pieces and in the core, and there's maglev. I can't really think of much else to do with magnets. In terms of just overall cubing innovations, I mean, pretty much been centered around magnets for a while now. Yeah, I don't know. Guess we'll see what Game is doing. Is 2014 Waco 5 the best WCA ID? Yeah, it absolutely is. Actually, a friend of mine got 2022, their last name 02, which is pretty dang good. The 2014 Waco 5 has got to be the best. Are you going into any comps in Utah? I did a bunch of comps in Utah years and years ago, a couple of them in the Nats in 2018. I'm not planning on going to any in the near future, but it's definitely a possibility. I know I realized looking at the WCA website somewhat recently that there's competitions in Wyoming every once in a while. I remember back when I was first looking into it, there had like never been a competition in Wyoming ever. So maybe next summer if they have one of those, I'll drive up there, because that's pretty not too long of a drive from where I live. So we're at 96,000! Just 4 more to go. Be like 10 more minutes. Any other good questions? This question has probably been asked and answered, but how does the move counter work? Okay, I've teased you guys long enough. I sort of gave a vague description, but I'll go a little bit more in depth because I know everyone is asking this. I'm trying to concentrate and sync up my moves with the counter right now. I wrote a program that basically just keeps track of how many turns I've done, how many turns the robot's done. Shows up on the screen. Just overlaid in OBS with a transparent background. And yeah, I have a keyboard down that I'm touching with my foot every few seconds. Just hitting the space bar. That adds 24 turns because each time I finish this round of sexy moves, it's 24 extra turns. And then obviously when the robot was running, it once every 32 seconds, or 32 times a second, it also adds one. What did I do? And yeah, adds them up, shows them on the screen. It's pretty simple. So much dedication. Yeah, I mean, I said earlier, you guys, each one of you hit subscribe, I might as well do something that takes a similar amount of effort and do a single turn on a Rubik's Cube for all of you. Well, 500,000. Make a maglev Rubik's Magic. I already did make a magnetic Rubik's Magic. Not quite maglev, but pretty similar. Back with, I think I was using finger magnets? Maybe it didn't use finger magnets. Maybe that was something else. A scale of 1 to 10, how hard / annoying is / was this challenge? It's annoying when I mess up the cube reading a question like that. I would say it's, I wasn't expecting it to work out quite this well. It took a little bit longer than I maybe expected. Thought would be done in like a little over 3 hours. But I would say it went pretty smoothly. I mean, knock on wood. We're at 97,000. Yeah, the robot was the main thing that I was concerned about. Wasn't sure how that would hold up. And luckily it has not fallen apart. Of course, once we hit 500,000, I will go over and check out how that cube has fared. That's inside the robot there. But yeah, my fingers are hurting a little bit, but it's not that bad. 4 hours of turning a cube, I've done crazier things. See, every once in a while I have to go and make sure I'm landing on the right spot on the keyboard. Any other good last-minute questions that haven't been asked a million times before? How much money have you spent on cubes? Ooh, that's an interesting one. I don't know, somewhere on the order of thousands of dollars, but probably not tens of thousands. I know that sounds like a lot, but like when you're making a big popular video, it kind of makes sense financially. But yeah, I've probably not more than a few thousand. A lot of the cubes, I mean, honestly, probably half the cubes in my collection were either bought a long time ago by like my parents or like by the Cubicle who sent me stuff. And most of the cubes that I buy myself aren't all that expensive. Like the most expensive cube I've ever bought is probably 13 by 13. And even that, I think Cubicle helped paid for, maybe? I don't know. So yeah, not crazy amount. Definitely crazy compared to most people's idea of plastic cubes, but I wouldn't say it's too much, especially compared to YouTube money. Cube sounds like my grandpa's car. I'm glad it sounds like, okay, yeah, cool. Can you do another 1,000 because you're at 501,000? No. Those last 1,000 people, they don't deserve a turn. They weren't here before 500,000. It's Special People Club who got here before last Thursday. Only those guys get a turn. You make forced 2x2s? Maybe. Have you met Phil Yu? That's not how you spell that, but yeah, I have talked to him a little bit in person at Nationals. I was in a round of like 3x3 or something with him too, randomly. Obviously, I email him every once in a while. He's the owner of the cubicle. Nice, you are close. I am close. It is nice. Oh, yeah, except when I accidentally do the wrong turn and mess things up. Okay, that's nice. 2K more! Yeah, almost 1K more at this point. I need a 5-letter word. Cubes. You haven't made a forced 1x1? Yeah, I guess I gotta do that. Do they sell stickerless 1x1s? I wouldn't be surprised. That would actually be pretty funny. Let me know if there's a stickerless 1x1. That'd be good. We see a Lego Rubik's clock. What? What would you say to a cuber stuck at 20 seconds who has learned full PLL? Practice, for one. Focus on F2L efficiency. You can learn full OL eventually, but it's not that important at 20 seconds. Yeah, just get your F2L to be more efficient, get your cross to be more efficient. You can do it one look on the bottom and everything. And then once you are efficient enough, just slow down, make your turns nice and fluid, focus on look ahead. And eventually you can learn full OLL, and that's where I am so far, down to about 13, 14 seconds. Okay, we're at 99,500 on our own. The robot, which if you were tuned in earlier, you would have seen, helped us with the other 400,000. Good job, robot. 80% of you guys had a turn from the robot. The other 20% of you guys will soon have a turn done by me. Still, after all this time, it's still very hard to focus on the cube and talking and everything at the same time. But we're almost there. 24 moves at a time. Here we go. 99.8. 99.8. 99.888. That's a fun number. 99.9. Okay. I guess we're going to go a little bit over. So let's stop at 84 right there. And then we can do the last few just one at a time. So let's see. Let's get the 1 button. 1. Oh, I didn't actually turn it. 2. Wait, that was 2 moves. So they gain 13. 3, 4. Okay, let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, I give up on the counter. We did it 100,000 times. The robot did it 400,000 times. That's a total of 500,000 turns. Every single one of you who subscribed before like Thursday had a turn done on this cube, or the cube over in the closet, which we are going to go check on real quick. So let me go and turn that to the other webcam real quick. Actually, I'll just leave it like this. So let's go over into my closet to check out that other cube. I got it. Let's run back over here. Let's see how this cube has fared after 400,000 turns. Of course, these cubes collectively have gotten 100,000 turns, which is quite a lot, but they still seem to work just fine. This cube, on the other hand, I'm not so sure about. So the motor itself is pretty warm. Oh, that's actually hot to the touch. I could not leave my finger on that for very long. Which is mildly concerning, but I think they're designed to get that hot. Here we go. And the cube is actually a little bit warm, I think, or maybe that's just the motor. I don't know. But, I mean, let's see. Does it still turn fast? Still seems about as good as it was before. On the inside, yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's worn down. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of, like, where the plastic sticks up on the edges. It sort of feels like it might have been worn down a little bit there. How about under the center cap? Yeah, the screw still looks fine. I put some extra Lubical black in there before I started, just to make sure, and yeah, it still looks perfectly normal. There's not like big chunks of plastic anywhere or anything. So I'd say it went just fine. Go ahead and put that other center cap. Again, this is the cube that was turning those 400,000 times. It's still a normal, perfectly Rubik's Cube. And yeah, it works fine. That is the robot, which has helped us out a lot. And that was 500,000 turns. So yeah, I haven't seen any of the comments you guys put in recently. Someone might have donated $30, maybe not. Either way, hope you all enjoyed the video. This was one amazing challenge. Hope you guys can go in there somewhere and figure out which turn was yours based on how many subscribers I had at the time. Yeah, hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. I don't have an outro, but I can just